I can't believe I believed everything we had was last. So young and naive of me to think she was from your past. Silly of me to dream of one day having your kids. Love is so blind, it goes right when it's wrong. I can't believe I fell for your schemes. I'm smarter than that. Something naive to believe that with me you're a changed man. Foolish of me to compete when you cheat, when who's winning. It took me some time, but now I'm moved on. Because I realize I got myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry about that. From now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry about that. From now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Controlling and you say that you love me, but you don't. Your family told me one day I would see it on my own. Next thing I know, I'm dealing with the 3 kids in my own. Love is so blind, it feels right when it's wrong. best friend. Me, myself, and I. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Got me, myself. I know that I will never disappoint myself. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. Yeah, you hurt me, but I learned a lot along the way. After all the rain, you'll see the sun come out again. Hey, I know that I will never disappoint myself. I'm crying. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. Hey, you hurt me, but I learned a lot along the way. After all the rain, you'll see the sun come out again. I beat myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Me, myself, and I. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. I can't believe I believed everything we had was less. So young and naive of me to think she was from your past. Silly of me to dream of one day having your kiss. Love is so blind, it feels right when it's wrong. I can't believe I fell for your schemes. I'm smarter than that. I'm naive to believe that with me you're a changed man. Foolish of me to compete when you cheat, when lose women. It took me some time, but now I'm moved on. Because I realize I got myself and I. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and I. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Controlling, you say that you love me, but you don't. Your family told me one day I would see it on my own. Next thing I know, I'm dealing with the 3 kids in my own. Love is so blind, it feels right when it's wrong. Now that it's over, stop calling me. Come pick up your clothes. Ain't no need to front like you're still with me. All your homies know. Even your very best friend tried to warn me on the low. Took me some time, but now I am strong. Because I realize I got myself and I. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and I. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on, I'm gonna be my own best friend. Got me, myself. I know that I will never disappoint myself. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. Yeah, you hurt me, but I learned a lot along the way. After all the rain, you'll see the sun come out again. Hey, I know that I will never disappoint myself. I'm crying. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out.
Hello, people. Please let me know that you guys can hear me okay. I do not have my microphone today, so. But let me just say hi to everybody real quick. Who in here? Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Who else was in here? Ty. What's up, Ty? What's up, Joshua? What's up, UFO? Cynical Wine. Foolish Scholar. The Hood Conservative. What's that about? Hi, Stanley Cross. It looks like y'all been arguing already. What's going on here? Who is Stanley Cross and who is Snowman? Okay. Hi, PJ. Hi, Freezy. Okay, I think I got everybody, from what I could see. Okay, what's going on, y'all? Hi, B. Sammy. How you doing? Nightish. How you doing, Nightish? Okay, so As you guys know, single mothers, Black single mothers specifically, have been the topic of conversation for a long time to a lot of people. And 9 times out of 10, it's in a very negative way, right? So, I was talking to Joshua, and he came up with this premise about like how that can be, and I think it's a great idea. So the idea is that the single moms, actually, I'm just gonna let him tell y'all, but I do want to just speak to Black women, single moms, whether you're either or both. Um, Actually, I'm gonna let Joshua get his piece out, and then he could go, and then I could talk to y'all. What's up, Josh?
How's it going?
It's going good.
You know what? I don't even know how to start this topic. This is just nasty. This is just nasty work on our part because we dropped the ball, I'm guessing 25 years ago.
Who's we? Wait, when you say we, who's we?
Well, for anybody that effectively wants government authority, when anybody wants government power, right, you're supposed to think about things like these. This conversation came about between Venus and I because Venus kept using the phrase dismissive. And so I've been going back to the last couple of years trying to look at all the topics that got dismissed. And apparently, once the red pill, I didn't really even pay attention until the red pill started showing up. And the more those debates took place, I noticed there was a disenfranchise within women, right? Like we were just basically pushing women off the side, like, they ain't shit, blah, blah, blah. They're just useless, right? And we can just ignore them. And I was that same idiot that thought, yeah, what the hell, right? I don't care right now, right? Like women, what are they going to do? They ain't going to fight us. They can't whoop us. And then as I started thinking about that whole dismissive claim that Venus just keeps using this damn word that I'm starting to hate now. If you think about it, what happens to single mothers when they feel like they're disenfranchised from the community, from any type of community? They're going to go their own way because they pretty much have no choice. The problem is the one asset that they have that can absolutely just bend us over and have us crying like little girls is the children. We basically kept focusing on right here and right now. Oh, we can break laws and take the child support away. We can do this, we can do that, right? But those were all immediate goals. We forgot to pay attention to the fact that they're the ones that are most influencing the children. And if you look at this from like a political scale, mom and dad, they're going to die off. But mom, apparently, if we're talking about all of these broken families, mom is going to have the one that's going to be the one that has the most influence on the child. So what happens if she decides she's pissed off at us, aka the men? Like we ain't been acting right, or we don't believe in a thing, or if we're just like the rest of the red pillars and just threw them all off to the side. We instantly became public enemy number one, and their children just take their spot. It won't matter what we decided to basically do politically. They end up overthrowing the government just by nature of existence. And I would like to say, oh, well, the guys are going to go their own way, except for we didn't teach the guys. We started teaching the girls, right? The guys are usually more interested in that whole coddling thing with the women, except for within the government, at least that's how we see it now, it's mostly predominantly by men. Except for they're the ones that are teaching the guys. So if you look at the legislative body, pay real close attention to when people are starting to age up to around 40, I think 42 years old, they start hitting government bodies and they have the authority and start paying attention to their parents. Did they have both parents? Did they, how were they raised? What do they believe kind of thing? Because now they have the authority. And this is really what this boils down to. I ain't talking about authority within the household. To hell with who does the dishes. I care about who runs the government. And it ain't us. Even if us guys decided that we wanted to get together today and just say, you know what, we're going to start paying attention to them children's. We're screwed still because this has been going on for like 25 years. They've done aged out of the family. You can't teach them nothing, right? But they're still going to be whatever the moms decided was the priority. You can guarantee you they're going to be loyal to mom. Regardless, mom's here, died off 10 years ago, doesn't matter. That's the representation we just now earned ourselves in government. And I don't see any way out of this. Even if we took voting rights away from women, right? Like, it's still not going to address the guys that got raised that way. You could just basically overthrow and do like a violent overrule. So what? Now it's just guy versus guys. We can't even map out the numbers on this.
Interesting. Interesting. Did you have anything else?
No, I'm just pretty much, this boils down to politically we're screwed regardless of what we do. I absolutely cannot seem to find a way out of this.
I don't think the people are in anything yet, but I think this conversation, at least for me, is to get the moms thinking about how to effectively be like actually have influence for real.
Well, that would be the thing, right? Whatever, I guess, virtues, dogma, ideology, whatever it is you want to do to teach your children, you're pretty much going to screw us with it. And there's nothing we can do about it. We could just have to roll over and take it because I cannot find a way out of this.
This is so interesting. So to recap, you feel like because the single mothers have been dismissed, discarded, right? Everyone forgot about a very important asset. I like that you called the kids assets. A very important asset that these mothers have, which is the children, right? So all of these single mothers are in charge of the next generation. And if they use their influence effectively, they can kind of start to have some political power.
They already have the political power, even though they don't, maybe not aware of it. It's just, I guess, what direction they're going to go with it.
How so?
Well, by the nature of it. Just imagine this, right? So you've got a mom and a dad. Mom and dad get divorced, right? And there's some animosity, right? Dad hauls ass, right? Mom's got 2 or 3 kids, maybe 4, right? Whatever it is. Those 4 kids are being exclusively influenced by mom. Or maybe for most part, right? Like even in the best case scenario, it's mostly by mom, right? Now, mom and dad, they eventually die off, right? But who inherits the government? They're going to fill those roles. That ain't going to be us. We had absolutely very little influence on those kids. So it doesn't matter what our doctrine is, what our ideology is. By nature of them existing, they're automatically going to be put in that position. They have to be, just because they exist. There's nothing else left.
But that's why I disagree a little bit, because the group I'm speaking to is a small demographic, right? The difference is a lot of the people who make up the government, a lot of them being white, they're groomed, right? From very young. And that's what I'm going to suggest to the women. Start grooming your kids from very young to understand politics and get into politics. Because like Joshua said, I agree. You guys hold the asset. The asset you guys have is the children. So we have to learn how to like think long term instead of short term. And so you may not be able to like reap the benefits right this second, but you guys have to understand who you're up against, and they think generationally, okay? And they groom their children for the next generation. So I think the women need to start doing the same things. You guys are in charge of the next generation. You get to groom them. Like, I don't know. But did you have anything else before I went into, because this show is kind of to single mothers, but it's really to Black women in general. So I just wanted to talk to them.
I mean, I'm open to questions if they have any. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared to death of this. Because again, I don't see a way out of this. Not for the men. Okay, if it's gonna be Black men, right? Like it's the same concept. It's still the same. It's the same result. We screwed ourselves by basically dismissing a small, tiny claim. We didn't pay attention to it, and it just slipped through the cracks.
Well, I think it would have had we not been having this conversation, because now I think they need to understand the importance of, like I said, we're not just going to fast forward 15 years and then their kids are in government, or 30. No, they need to be like strategically starting from now and
Yeah,
grooming it.
no, I agree. And they've been doing this as best as I can tell from MagTow, right? Roughly they're aging out about 25 to 27 currently. And usually like legislative body, I think the minimum age is 40 or 45. I forget exactly. And that's when they're kind of hitting the seats. So all we have to do is wait 20, 25 years. So the first start of them, the first start of those type of children will be hitting a legislative seat in about 20 to 25 years.
Well, even less, right? Because
Probably. I mean, like
Yeah.
it could be. I'm still having a hard time narrowing down this because it started with MGTOW, right? And just Red Pill basically just fanned the flames of that. So I will agree, if women decide that they're going to get, well, okay, in this case, black women, if they decide to get together and decide what they want to do, there's not a damn thing we can do about it. We can hoop, we can holler, we can enact laws, we can have like basically genocide. It's still going to actually end up that way, regardless of what we do.
Well, okay. I guess I'll drop the links to see if anybody wanted to have anything to say to you about that. Because like what I have to say is kind of on point with what you said, but also kind of addresses another issue.
Sure. I mean, go
so
for it.
To see. But if not, then I could probably bring you back later and go into what I wanted to go into. But I love this idea. I wish there were more like moms here. I don't really know who's a single mom and who's not, but either way, I think the single mothers need to definitely group up, build community, and really start strategizing and figuring out how to be intentional on grooming their kids to be like in politics and law enforcement, in the same way other groups have their family members groomed to be in all those different industries. I think black women need to be doing the exact same thing.
Yeah. And this is kind of like what the men have been saying, right? Like the men should be teaching the kids. Problem is, I don't think they're actually doing it. I mean, to at least by a majority number, right? Yet the women are doing it. We're screwed. This is the end. We're just gonna have to sit here and watch and get steamrolled.
Mo Love said, I'm not a mom, so I'm not sure if I should join the panel. I'm not a mom either. Dr. Steele says, and we should, I guess he's saying, should we be concerned if the single mothers have something going? Okay, but we as men need to focus and fix ourselves to rise up.
Yeah, but that would be the question, right? Fix ourselves and do what? This is the doom and gloom. I absolutely hate doom and gloom, right? I'll agree, men got to do better, right? But what are we going to do about this? What can be done? That's my problem here.
Well, what could have been done is family, like the family unit, right? Like men and women, the parents together, right? That's obviously the best option. But I'm just looking at things for what they are, and that's not what's going on. And so my attitude is, in the meantime, to the women, what are you going to do? Sit around and cry about it, or what are you going to do? Hi, Tequila. Ty, you want to come up here? Ty said most children believe men are the devil. I don't know about that.
Well, he called it, who controls the children ultimately wins the war.
Not always. A lot of times I've seen children resent the parent who stayed and then like almost glorify the parent who's not around, because a lot of it is based off of imagination, right? So
Sure.
Even though mom was raising me and took care of me, I have some memories of her flaws, of her not being so nice. when it comes to my dad who's not around, this figment of my imagination, I can imagine whatever the hell I want. And I don't have any negative experiences with him. They're not realizing you don't have any experiences with him, right? But I was people kind of like do their moms dirty. And I'm like, but damn, she took care of you. He left, and you have all the bad things to say about her. And you're like giving this man all this benefit of the doubt who didn't even think enough of you to take care of you. Like, but okay, I've seen that happen a lot, which is weird. Hi, Deucey.
Go down one to Foolish Scholar. This one.
Yeah, this generation of kids is different. The next group of kids don't be giving a fuck. They're disturbing. I don't know what the fuck going on with these kids, but for real.
I'm assuming that's talking about like Gen Z or Gen Alpha. I'm not real familiar with the dates here that go on to it. But yeah, there's different behaviors. Now the question is what were they taught? Because that might give you a rough idea of what's coming.
Absolutely nothing.
I don't know. Like I wasn't there, right? So I don't know.
I'm either. I'm just assuming because, well, how does the whole group turn out like that?
I obviously it's
right now. I'm going to call these the tablet babies. You know what tablet babies are?
Yeah, they're kids that basically walked around with a tablet or they're facing tablet most of the time.
Period. I just want to call them. I think this is the result of tablet babies. Like just those social skills aren't there. The problem solving skills aren't there. The critical thinking for a lot of people and millennials like me, even with them, I see the critical thinking isn't there.
So I mean, whatever it is whatever Gen Z, whatever the thing that they were taught, it's even worse if it's just going to be the tablet babies, right? Because then it brings into question as to, well, what were they exposed to? Let's just say it's like online streaming and podcasts, right? What were they exposed to? What's their belief system? I see. This is why I hate your damn word dismissive. I'm starting to cry now every time I hear it because that's where it's always the devil's in the little details, right? So if it started where women were being dismissed when they brought up like certain concepts, right? And then it boils down to the next generation of kids because I can tell you the Gen Z, we don't really much respect them or talk to them, so they're being dismissed, right? We're going to die off. They are going to basically become government at some point. What the hell are they going to do? It ain't going to be our ideas.
So this is the thing, like you keep saying that, but the government is a very small part of the population, right? And all of those people who sit in those seats now, a lot of them have kids. So some of their kids are in line to fill some of those seats, right? Or just certain people.
They disenfranchised too. Like we're talking about like the white old man, the stay off my grass old bastard, right? Don't think that their families. Oh, I live in a predominantly like conservative neighborhood. 70% of the 114 population. My God, they're into just as much debaucherous stuff that we talk about on the internet. People ought not do. That's a huge number, right? And so when you're talking about like the people up in government being all like moral or just or whatever you want to claim it, right? They're not that by majority.
No, I didn't say anything about them being moral and just. I'm saying that because I'm speaking specifically about Black people.
Right.
Speaking about Black children, when we look at the representation in the government, it's not like majority Black. That's not really how that goes, right? So when you say you're concerned, I'm like, I don't see it overwhelmingly being a concern. Like the Black kids aren't going to fill all of the Congress, and I don't see that happening.
The Black legislative body currently, I think, is how many seats is it? I'm wanting to say it's like somewhere between 40 and 60. It just keeps bouncing every couple of years. It's not like they're not there. They're a little bit higher than
levels, all different levels, right? You can do things in your city, state level, federal level.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I'm just saying if this is not something that's made known and an intentional effort, then it's not going to be as effective. And then people have to figure out how do we make that happen?
Correct. If right now, if I was a black woman or black single mom, right, this would be absolute. I'd be taking the most advantage of it. I hate saying that, right? Because the hell with y'all. But if I was in that position, it's exactly what I would do. I just don't know how to stop it. I'm literally been here the last 2 days trying to rack my head, trying to find something to defeat it, and I can't think of anything. Like, not even genocide. Like, if we were to start just basically offing people, not even that would actually turn this around.
Okay. Ty says, I'm going to be honest, Venus, black men and women got to focus on splitting from each other and instead of raising children. I don't know. Can you write that again? That's not making sense. And instead of raising their children.
Focus on not splitting from each other. Basically bring the family back.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, nobody hit the link right now, Joshua. So I'm going to drop you in the back for a while so I could just talk to the people, okay? Or just drop you in general.
Yeah, drop me out, right? Yeah, I gotta go get ridiculed now for this claim.
Yeah, right. Thank you. But so, yeah, I specifically, that was like part of the conversation I wanted to have. I really want to talk to black women. But I know single mothers are included in that because they say black women make up the majority of the single moms. But I'm talking to women, whether you are a mother or not, right? Because I just kind of been paying attention. And those of you who are familiar with me, you know what my talking points are already. But basically, I've noticed whenever the black women talk about an issue, it gets dismissed, right? It's like if we talk about, I don't know, us dying at unhealthy rates on hospitals, it'll be a black man who will dismiss you and say, no, it's just because you're fat, even though the data says it could be, if you compare us in terms of health exactly to white people with the same health, we still die at a faster rate, right? But they won't care enough to even go look into that. They just want to diminish you, right? So you could talk about it's hard being a single mom. I've heard them say, oh, I have my kids. It's not that hard, right? You could talk about I just noticed any issue black women, at least on the internet in these sectors, black women, any issue black women raise, any concern, it gets dismissed, right? So I started to think like, well, then what would be the point of like at what point do you just stop talking to them? Like just logically speaking, if you keep on expressing your issue to somebody and they keep showing you they don't want to hear it and they want to constantly deny it, is it logical to continue to keep trying to convince somebody who doesn't want to hear you? Like, is that a logical thing to do? Because I was thinking, right, like sorry, I actually wrote some of this down and now I can't find it. Where is it? So things like this, if we mention, like I said, the single mothers mention how difficult it is to raise children, they're going to get dismissed. It's not that difficult, right? Or if the single mothers come to the table trying to talk about their issues, they're going to be ridiculed for being single mothers instead of actually offered any help, right? The way I personally have seen single mothers get dragged through the mud, and I don't even have kids, is disturbing to me. I feel bad for black women. I don't like that. I feel like there's never any responsibility on the men who help create those children. There's never any empathy for you. There's never any compassion for you. There's never any understanding for you. It's just blame you guys for every single thing. And when you're dealing with a group of men who are supposed to be like your community, but all they do is disregard how you feel, disregard your experiences, and blame you for every and anything while taking zero responsibility, logically, it does not make sense to keep looking to said group and expecting them to do anything for you. It just doesn't make sense, right? So you talk about raising kids alone is hard, they dismiss your feelings. You talk about colorism, they brush it off like it doesn't exist. You talk about systemic oppression, systemic racism, they'll argue you to the blue in the face and tell you it doesn't exist. You speak up on the issues that Black women face daily, and instead of empathy, you're met with denial, disrespect, stereotypes. Denial, denial, denial. Right? They tell you you don't deserve anything good. They try to do things to pick away at your self-esteem. No matter what accomplishment you get via education, entrepreneurship, or just any fucking thing, they make it their business to try to demean, disqualify, and degrade and devalue anything positive that Black women have, right? So when you're dealing with a group of men who are doing that, how are you supposed to effectively build community with that? How does that work? Like, we got to use our logical brain. How can you look at a group of men who's doing that to you? So they're like causing harm and then causing more harm, right? Because then the men who aren't being there for their kids are causing you harm. The men who are encouraging you to delete the kids that they don't want, causing harm. And then the men who kind of get paid by perpetuating negative stereotypes about Black women are causing you harm, right? They're keeping these harmful stereotypes alive. And because a lot of our people don't have the common sense to understand just how harmful propaganda is and how that translates over into real life and how you get viewed outside of the group and how you get treated, right? And how that may hinder opportunities, just the way people are going to treat you in public, what people's ideas are about you when they see you and you want a job somewhere or you want certain things. Just it affects you on so many levels outside of the internet. And we're dealing with a group of men who do not have the foresight, nor the care, nor the compassion, nor the empathy to understand that, right? So when you're dealing with those type of men, and denial is their best friend. So some of them will hear this and be like, no, but I could go on TikTok and find you 20 male content creators right now. I could go on Instagram and find them. I could go on Facebook and find them. I could go on YouTube and find them. More than that. Right? And the bag done got so good, some of the Black women done joined the fucking train. And they doing it too. So when you're a part of that community, what can you do? What can y'all do? Do see whoever you are, you're saying y'all love listening to cornballs. Real Black men love y'all. That's cute, but the cornballs are, there's a lot of them, right? And they're on all social media networks with a lot of people under their voice who they're influencing. And you guys don't get up there and defend the women. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't do that. So yeah, the women are left in this vulnerable position, right? And so I was trying to think of, first of all, for the women, when your reality is constantly denied, it kind of isolates you, right? Because it's kind of like a thing, like something only Black women will acknowledge and everyone else denies it. That can make you feel very alone, right? Very isolated. It can cause women to start to doubt their worth, right? That's why some women, you don't even hear them speak. They don't want to get on panels. They don't want to join conversations because people get tired of fighting to be heard. Never in my life have I seen people sit around for years having a conversation about women, right? But women's opinion is the least valued. Like, think about that. All we do is talk about women, but we value women's opinion on women the least. So essentially what you have is a group of men who just want to complain and want to beat up and bash women all day. That's really it. That's why anytime you speak up about an issue, it's dismissed, it's disregarded, They're going to deny there is no racism, there is no sexism, nobody R words black women. These single mothers don't have it hard. They're all 304s. They just knew these men wasn't shit every single time. And you don't ever hear them address anything men are doing, right? It's all, we blame the single mothers for the crime statistics. We blame the single mothers for the education levels being low, right? We blame the single mothers for the YN culture. This is coming out of the mouth of men who are not holding any men account. Do you notice that every time there's blame anytime an issue arises, it's a blame game and it's all points to the women. Like, these men are embarrassing. I ain't gonna hold you. I've never seen any other group of men who would relinquish power to the quote unquote weaker vessel. Only in the black community are the women to blame for everything. That's the weakest shit ever. But I don't know why they're so proud to get up in public and say that shit. So there's a saying, I think in like any like rehab program, something like, in order to fix a problem, we have to first acknowledge that it exists, right? So they'll make you, if you're an alcoholic, you have to get up and be like, I'm an alcoholic, right? So if the first step to fixing a problem is acknowledging the problem, now if we look at the men we've been having these conversations with, they will not acknowledge the problem. So these are not people who are going to fix it, right? They will not acknowledge slavery. They will not acknowledge systemic oppression, systemic racism. They will not acknowledge health disparities that Black women face. They will not acknowledge discrimination that we mentioned. They will not acknowledge any of the issues, how some of the things they are doing to women are damaging to women's mental health, which by default is going to affect the household in which she's raising the children. They will not acknowledge anything. So just like in rehab, in order to fix an issue, you have to first acknowledge that you have one. We've seen these shows over and over. These men deny. So at this point, I don't think it's logical for women to keep talking to people who don't want to acknowledge that there's a problem, expecting any kind of resolve. And I'm speaking from my own stupid experience, like doing it over and over and over and over and realizing like, it really don't matter. Like, you change the face, change the name, same result, right? So I think at some point we need to make a powerful decision. We need to stop waiting for empathy from people who have no interest in giving it. We cannot keep shrinking ourselves to make others comfortable. We cannot keep explaining our humanity over and over to people who benefit from pretending not to see it, right? Because it gets me paid on my YouTube channel to pretend like I don't know what you're talking about. But the main thing I want the women to understand is like, you're not alone. First of all, let me say this. There's a level of like emotional neglect and dismissal and psychological warfare, okay? At this point, it really is psychological warfare, and it's just dressed up as tough love. You're too sensitive, right? So I just want to say, for any women who haven't heard it, your pain is real, your experiences are valid, and your feelings matter, okay? And you matter. And you're not the scum of the earth because you have a baby or you have children and you're not with the dad. It doesn't make you a lesser being. You guys must consider the source when you hear people talking like that about you. Consider the man whose mouth is coming from. And look at him. Where's his wife? How does he treat people? What's great about him? There's a lot of people who are walking around feeling horrible and they want to make you feel horrible. You're not like less of a person because you have a kid. What the fuck? If anything, you should be like, there should be some level of respect. Like, I don't have kids, but I understand enough to know like that's not easy for a woman to do by herself. Okay. I don't think beating down on them verbally, emotionally, and psychologically, and like launching a whole campaign to completely dehumanize them to the fucking world and then wonder why the kids are fucked up. I don't know why these men don't have the sense to understand that the kids are only going to be as good as the mother's mental health. Okay? If the mom's mental health is fucked up, okay, she's overwhelmed. But now after you, she's doubting herself. She's not feeling as good about herself as a person. She's feeling low as a human being. She's feeling like a failure as a mother. Now think about operating out of that mentality and raising these wonderful, prosperous children. Some of you men are the fucking worst. The worst. Like, and I feel so bad for these women who have children and have to deal with y'all. Like, I swear, I've seen some of the most evil stuff come from men who have put children in these women, and they will treat this woman like she is a enemy. Like, no regard for her mental, her emotional, her spiritual well-being at all. Zero. And the fucked up thing is, how do you think that doesn't affect your kids? The environment that they have to be raised in. But that's how fucking evil these people are. They don't even care. Don't care. But yeah, I just want us to validate you guys, okay? You guys cannot be listening to or believing the things that these people are saying about you. You guys have to understand it is money for them. That's all you are. You're a talking point. Like, in your real life, you're a person, you're a mother, you're struggling, you're trying to take care of your kids, you're doing what you have to do, you're doing your best. To them, you're just an idea. You're just something to talk about, right? And I want you guys to understand that perspective so you cannot internalize these fucked up things these people are saying about y'all, and so that you cannot let it mentally affect you. You don't really need to even listen to it. These people ain't helping you with your kids. They ain't offering you no advice. When you guys come up and want to discuss your situations, all you get met with is disrespect, okay? Nobody has empathy for you. Nobody has understanding, 9 times out of 10. So at this point, it's just not logical to expect anything different from most of them. So I came up with, to Joshua's point, because I like what he said about single mothers have a very important asset, the children, right? So because most of you are in charge of the children, what are some ways that you could long term start to actually have some political power, right? So I went and did a little bit of research, and these are just some quick things that I came across that I wanted to share. First of all, I think Black women in general, we need to build more community amongst ourselves, because we have a specific, unique experience that other people want to deny. But if you're a Black woman, you know what I'm talking about. And that's what I don't care about nobody else right now. That's what I'm talking to. Black women need to intentionally group together, okay? Not just to vent, but to build spaces where we can be heard, believed, spaces where nobody's going to tell us to get over it. Well, we are going to hold each other accountable, but with love, and remind each other of our own worth when the world tries to make us forget, okay? I think a lot of Black women have maybe some self-esteem issues. And I'm not saying other women don't. I'm just speaking to my community, right? And I want to say, not in a typical way, like you don't think you're pretty or anything like that, but it's just a lot of outside negative talk telling you all day and night how you're not good enough and you don't qualify for this and your education don't matter and this don't matter. And it's just too much negativity where people are only human. Like at any point that could affect somebody mentally, just hearing too much of that shit regardless. So yeah, these are some of the things I came up with. Okay. If you are a single mom and you don't have help from men, right? Even if you have a husband, this could work. You could be a part of this plan too. But it's specifically for the women who really don't have a lot of help. You guys could do like childcare swaps. These are just some ideas. Meaning, like, let's say there's a group of 20 of you, let's just say, in your community. You guys could take turns babysitting all the kids, right? This will help you financially because you won't have to pay for childcare as much. Does that make sense? You guys can help each other build businesses. You guys could like intentionally focus on financial education and political organizing because you guys have the numbers. You definitely could do that. One of the ways, where is it? I'm sorry, I'm just going through my notes. I had like wrote all of this out. Sorry, y'all. Look, Pumpsin and Bumpsin, I would be down for the childcare swap. Yeah, think about it. It's a lot of single mothers in you guys' community that you probably don't know about. Let me tell y'all something. When I was living in North Carolina recently, right? I was living in the suburbs, okay? And I had a lot of white people around me. And you know what they had? Them mothers out there, and some of them were wives. They have these Facebook groups that all of the mothers are in, and they communicate and they advocate for things they want in the school, and they carpool and they babysit for each other. Like, that's the type of shit y'all need to be on. Y'all need to have a little Facebook group or something where you can know all the single mothers or the new wives or the mothers in the community, where y'all all in this group together. Everybody knows who everybody is, right? Y'all need to start building community so y'all can start having support. A lot of you women are professional something, right? So you might have some, I don't know, you may have some nurses in there, some teachers in there, okay, a doctor or two in there, a lawyer in there. Y'all need to really like find a way to build community amongst each other. And you can start small, at least in your own neighborhood, okay? Because y'all will need each other's help. That's part of the problem. Like, doing shit by yourself is just like, you can't do everything by yourself. And it would be nice if you could rely on men, but the reality is some of you can't. And that's cool. We're not going to cry about that shit no more. My thing now is, what you going to do? We're going to do about it. Sorry, y'all. I lost my notes. Moving around too much. I'm actually reading, so they actually thought this through. Look at me trying to be an adult. Because, yeah, I wanted to just like help. Like, how can the single mothers or the mothers and the wives, right? Because all women help each other. Y'all can help each other. Finances are a big deal. So yeah, doing the babysitting, swapping, taking turns. The more of you in the group, the better, right? Because then that'll cut costs on some of those daycare expenses. What else was it? You guys like going to your kids' school. I know it's boring. I know a lot of y'all don't want to do it, but like really infiltrating the PTA board and whatever the hell they do. I don't know. I don't kids. But like there's things that parents could be involved in school, and y'all don't involve yourselves. Why not? Candy King. Hi, Candy King. Why are you so mad? I don't trust people like that. Community is very important. All right, but you know how to, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's saying you got to leave your kid with a stranger, but it's nice to have a network of people you can rely on for certain things. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Mo Love. Mo Loves, do you have time to come up here? I would love if you came. It's my sister, y'all. I love her. And she's a single mom, like she told us on the last show. If you don't, it's okay, boo. But if you can, Mo Love, I'm trying to go over some strategies in which women, Black women, single mothers, it's specifically for single moms, but any moms, if you're a wife, if you're a single mother, you all need help and you need community. So by you guys building one, it's like basically focusing maybe just on your community first, digitally, introducing yourselves to each other. Like, okay, this is the Facebook group. Here's what I do for a living. Here are the days I'm free. And maybe once or twice a month, everybody volunteers to babysit, right? Everybody. So by default, you're lightening each other's load. If there's 50 people in here, everybody's volunteering to babysit at least once or twice a week. If you need to do something, you have somebody who will help you watch the kids, right? And because we don't trust people, we probably would like to group them up, right? We want to group them. Or shit, look, if it's my kid, come to my house, girl, because I got cameras everywhere. I ain't gonna play with you, but bring all the kids, right? Kind of thing, however they do it. But I'm saying, Volunteer to help each other with like babysitting to cut childcare costs. Volunteer for like carpooling for those of you who do drive. And volunteer to help each other with projects, right? If somebody just moved and she needs her house painted and the painter want $800 damn dollars, y'all, all the women go over there, okay? Help the girl paint the fucking house, whatever. But I'm just saying, you guys need to start grouping up because you actually help each other a lot financially. Everybody comes to the table with their own connections and resources. You might have some teachers in there. I know a lot of Black teachers. I was going to have one on here today. I don't know. She might be free after 8. She's going to let me know. But one of my friends is a teacher, about to be a principal. And she works in the Bronx. And I was going to have her come on here and tell you guys how like you could get active in your kids' school. And the reason that's important because you want to have some type of influence over curriculum, discipline, funding. All of that stuff is political, and you guys are in control of the next generation. So by sitting on the sidelines, you guys aren't doing anything. You can run for PTA boards. You could pack the school board meetings, right? Demand Black history year round. Believe it or not, some of your schools would actually cave in if y'all all showed up, all of you, and were consistent and dead serious about it. But also you guys are contributing to the school as well. That helps, right? Advocating for like programs that actually help your kids. Also, I think the women, like, I think it's important that all of you who have sons enroll them in some type of like physical activity. Like, I feel like that shit should be mandatory for all of y'all. Thank you, PJ. I love how he summed it up. He said childcare swap, building businesses, being involved in the school board, carpooling, help each other with projects. I think the women who have sons, absolutely, it should be mandatory for all of you to have your kids in some type of physical contact sport. Like, it should be like non-negotiable. All the Black women need to do it. Every single one of y'all. You need to find something. Basketball, I don't fucking know. Something. Every single one of y'all. Because at least there's a man teaching them, instilling some type of discipline. They're getting used to a man's authority. All of that shit. That kind of helps build personality, right? So you want to incorporate that in there. What else? With all of you in this community, there's a lot more resources like together as a unit, right? So when you guys want to make certain shit done, there's money behind your words. And people learn to respect y'all and understand that. Because if you guys gotta pay attention, like the people around y'all, I'm gonna say around us that we really don't pay attention to, they operate a different way. I'm telling you, these people are not. I'm gonna say this. I understand if you're a single mom or just a Black woman specifically, a lot of our lives have been being spent in survival mode. So I get it. When you're in survival mode, you don't have time to think about the next 10, 20 years down the line. But the people who are doing better than us, that's the only way they think. They don't think in the short term. They think long term. People be having sons today, and my son's going to Yale, and my son's going to Harvard. They be dead serious about that shit. And then every step they take from now till 18 is to make sure that shit happens. And I'm just wondering if Black women are being just as intentional when they're raising their sons or when they're raising their daughters. Are you guys thinking about what it looks like when they're 18? What schools they're going to go to or what business whatever. Like, it don't have to be a school. I'm just saying, like, are we calculating 10, 20 years down the line and then figuring out what it takes to make those things happen? No. What's a key possibility? I recently had a light bulb. I'm putting all efforts in changing the narrative within the next 5 years. What do you mean? In terms of your kid? Build a network. Yes, that's what I'm getting at, PJ. The single moms, the Black women, the Black wives, they all need to get together and start building network. Because to come like together, that's a lot of resources, that's a lot of power, that's a lot of influence, and it's helpful to everybody. Like I said, even if you're married, I know married women, like shit ain't just so easy for them either, right? So all of the women can help each other. What's happening in the next 5 years? Jamel said, what power? The power that my son would never be standing in front of the mirror with a little dirty wife beater on, like you, um, holding a phone up like you in this picture. That power. Oh my God, Foolish Scholar, you got a second? I forgot. He's a teacher too. Y'all, we got some teachers in here. Foolish Scholar, can you come up here? If you got time, I don't know. Um, Baby Mama Gang is a pipe dream. Baby mamas do not play well with others, most exemplified by becoming a baby mama. You see, women, I want y'all to look at this comment, and this is exactly why you guys need to build community. What did I tell y'all? All they want to do is tear you down. Like, they can't help it. They just can't help themselves. These are not the people you can rely on for nothing. Hey, Coach Ferg, thank you. He says, Sister Venus, you are the catalyst to make it happen. They need more messages given by women like you. Listen, I could try. Okay, I'm not a mom, so I do get that. But I'm just saying. The Black narrative can change. Hi, April. So yeah, if you guys build economic networks, you will not have to depend on a system as much, right? You'll be able to fund campaigns, you'll be able to support candidates, you'll be able to invest in your communities. That's really how people be moving. Like, that's how people start having power and to get shit to start going in their way. Like, we have to start thinking bigger and we have to start thinking long term, okay? And even some of you who are struggling, I know it's difficult, but shit, sometimes if you need to get a house together and have 3 moms in that bitch with all the kids, I don't know, but you guys really do need to start grouping up and like helping each other with the childcare, helping each other save money, help each other cut costs, pooling your resources together, right? Building your network. I'm just telling y'all, I was looking at like how they do it in other towns, and these are women who are not single mothers doing this shit. You hear me? They got all type of groups. They're connected with each other. New Mommies Club. Just go on Facebook and look. New Mommies Club. All type of different clubs for women who are in the same area. They meet up and they have all these support groups, and they like use their money to push certain things that they want to happen in the neighborhood or their influence. And they all like go out and build relationships with like powerful people. It's a whole thing. Hey, PJ.
Good evening. Good evening. How we doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Doing good. Can't complain. Just got home from work. Figured I'd come up here and chop it up with you real quick.
I appreciate it. I went on TikTok. I mean, not TikTok. I went to ask this question. And this is a good thing that came out of ChatGPT. Let me find it. It said another thing you guys can do is control the narrative, right? Media shapes perception, and perception shapes policy. Black mothers can host podcasts, create YouTube shows, launch TikTok movements, and tell your stories. You can raise the children who are media literate, who question what they see and produce their own content, and who are not brainwashed by narratives that tell them they're less than, right? If they control the media, they shape the world. Now, I don't want to be mistaken. I'm not saying that being a single mom is something that should be promoted or encouraged or endorsed or any of that, but I'm saying specifically for the people who are already in that situation. If you're already in that situation, it is what it is. You need to make the best of that situation. You want to say
Oh yeah, I
something?
just wanted to say that I agree with you, and I love the seeds that you're planting. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the best that we can do. We can just plant the seed and hope that it grows somewhere. Because what you're talking about, building a network and community, that is highly important. When you look at all the successful people, like like Apple, Microsoft, like just name them. It's not just one person. They have a whole team, a whole conglomerate that makes that company work. You know what I mean? So,
Agreed.
and I also wanted you to read Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9 through 10, because it talks about how, like, uh, we're better together. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's why I don't want to be misunderstood for like encouraging women to be without men, because that's never what I'm doing. Because I like we all would love for the father to be there. That's absolutely number one, what we would like. However, that's not what's going on, right? So I'm just looking at an issue going, okay, these are the cards we're dealt. What can we do from this point forward to improve our situation? Right? Because you can't cry with spilt milk, and you can't make people do something they don't want to do. And like I said earlier, in any rehab you go to, they say acknowledging a problem is the first part of solving said problem. And we've seen show after show, panel after panel, these men won't even admit racism is real. They won't even admit systemic oppression is real. They won't even admit colorism is real. They won't even admit, like, so when you're dealing with people who want to live in denial, that's not the drug addict who wants to get a cure yet. They want to stay addicted. So leave they ass addicted, but you guys are only getting older. You have kids, you have responsibilities, you got shit weighing you down mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially. You all need to help each other. Bottom fucking line. You need to build community with other mothers. Whether they're married, single, doesn't matter. Build community with other mothers. Share responsibilities with them. Take turns watching the children. Um, like I said, the carpooling, if you can, help with fucking household tasks. I don't know, like I said, if one of you needs something done in your house that you would have to pay for, but it might take four of you guys to do what one man could do, go do it. I don't know, all four of you. But like you guys need to really start pitching in and helping each other in every way you can and pooling your resources together. If you struggling with rent and they struggling with rent, guess what? Maybe y'all all need to get a place together. And we'll have all the kids in there and y'all split the rent and everybody ain't struggling so much. And then y'all help watch the kids. Like you guys need to get real intentional.
That's the key word right there, intentional. And that's intentional about like everything. You know what I'm saying? Something I wanted to mention was environment and how that plays like such a major role in whatever you got going on in life also. Because if you're around people that think and act a certain way and they ain't on the up and up, that's gonna have an effect on you and your mental and your kids as well. You know what I'm saying? So I believe in segregation based off of character and mindset. You know what I mean? So if you ain't getting the support that you need, and a person's character is all fucked up and they ain't doing their part that they're supposed to be doing, go ahead and segregate yourself and find a new environment where you can be around like-minded people that's on the positive tip, that's on the up and up, so y'all can come together and build. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. And Candy King said a lot of single parents lack the time to invest in the PTA, especially if they are working multiple jobs to make it. That's where the village, that's why I'm saying y'all need to group up and have a community, right? Because that just lightens the burden. I'm just saying if it was a group of us right now, 20 women, I could be in the group too. Um, I won't mind once a month or twice a month volunteering my time to watch the kids for like 4 hours, 5 hours. Like that wouldn't be a problem for me. See what I'm saying? But the more women you have, the higher the chances you have that. right? And it could be at someone's house that's safe. The person, she got cameras everywhere, and oh, I don't mind going over there once every one Thursday out of every month to sit with the kids tonight, like whatever it is, right? But if it's a bunch of women doing that, we are lightening the load off of people, or just sometimes, hey, being able to ask somebody, can they pick your kid up because you can't do it, right? That's how these other parents operate. I'm telling you, I was in the suburbs with these white people. They are organized. The moms are organized as fuck, and they work together. And that's the shit y'all need to be on. Because
Yeah, and that's low key how I grew up. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause both my parents worked. So whenever my mom couldn't pick me up from school or whatever, she have her homegirl come pick me up, and I'd stay at the homegirl house, and her homegirl would have me doing my homework and everything. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like I was just like playing around. You know what I mean? So yeah, like we need to bring that back for real.
and if y'all got a group of 50 women in a black community, one of them a teacher. Okay, I even got like 3 teachers in my phone right now. Well, it's different. What I do, I meet a lot of people, but the more mothers you get together, you're gonna have some teachers in there. You're gonna have some nurses in there, right? You're gonna have some people that are resourceful in that community as well, and that benefits you in other ways. Because they're gonna know things you don't know. They're just gonna have access to things you don't have access to. Teachers are gonna know about programs and different things you might not know about. People who work in the medical field are gonna know about things you might not know about, right? So that's why it's also important to build a community.
Yeah, and it is possible because I already do this in my real life.
You have something else, or
Hey, can you still hear me? Nah,
oh
nah,
yeah,
I just had a call.
I
But
hear you.
anyway, as I was saying, um, I got a homegirl that created an event space up in Inglewood called Queen Haven, and that's exactly what she does. It's an event space for any group really, but mainly Black people. So she be having wellness for women in general, health and fitness and all that. You know what I'm saying? She does the same thing for like for Black men as well. So like I don't know, just being a Black man and being able to be like a part of that and seeing how like everything comes into fruition and like community in general, like it's a beautiful thing for real. So that's why, I just wanted to hop up and support you in what you're saying.
Thank you. You know, the positive shows don't get all of the attention and everything, but I really felt like it was important for the women to just again be logical, don't be emotional. Your current situation is what it is. There's no point in crying over spilled milk. If you all share a common issue, whether the woman is single or married, the mothers, the Black mothers, need to be building community together. You need to be pooling your resources. You need to be helping each other, right? Help each other cut childcare costs, support each other's businesses, introduce each other to whatever resources you have that might help the other one, help with the childcare, right? Show up as a group and involve yourself in the school, right? If you're all struggling financially, maybe I do need to go half on a place where the kids could be safe and protected, and you guys are not penny pinching. But you guys really need to start being intentional about like how
Yeah,
you're
and that's
raising kids. Sorry, my mind went blank.
nah, you're all good. You're all good. I just wanted to add like a huge part of being intentional is being intentional with yourself also, because that's where it all starts at. That's where the root of it is at. So be intentional about your own mindset, building your own character, you know what I'm saying, and taking care of yourself, eating right and taking care of your health and everything so you can do these things for your kids. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I do have phase 2 of my idea, but it left my mind. So maybe when DS1 talks, I'll remember again. What's up, DS1?
What's up, Venus? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm all right. What's up, PJ? How you doing, brother?
Evening, big dog. Shit,
Yes,
I
sir.
can't complain.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to come up and say that this is a good conversation. Very informative for women. I think this type of conversation is overdue for a lot of women. And I'm not even just talking about single mothers, I'm saying women in general, because what you're touching on is uh, women having a purpose outside of the home. And if we go back into a little bit of history, a lot of Black women had things to do outside of just keeping a house and making sure their kids is a certain way and making sure their husbands are fed and things like that. A lot of our great grandparents and things like that were actually assets in the community. They did things for the community. My great grandparents, my father's grandparents, they actually owned a farm down in the rural south of Georgia, down in the country, and they were assets to the community because of that. So growing up, my dad, he used to always tell me stories that when he used to go down there when he was young, that my grandmother was responsible for taking care of the garden and taking care of the bread and the grains and all of that stuff. And my grandfather, he dealt with all the meat. And my father used to go with my grandfather to go and sell meat to other people, other families, which was other plantations or people who own land and things like that. But the point is women were not just bound to what they hear them say now. A lot of women back in the day, they weren't just in the house cleaning. They weren't in the house just worrying about kids and babysitting. A lot of them women were assets in the church, which makes you an asset in the community. A lot of those women worked in schools. They had good professions. So they were assets in the community and they were a part of things. And I think that a lot of Black women should get back to that. Stop thinking that, you have to be housebound. There's a lot of things to do in a house besides what's being promoted. And the things that you're talking about is great because it can open up the minds of a lot of these modern women when they hear a lot of the shit that they hear about what they supposed to be doing as women. Because Black women have always done a lot of things, always. Black women were always resourceful inside and outside the household. And these are just facts. We can look it up. We can, and talk about it. But I think this is just a great conversation for you to bring to Black women. It's very refreshing as well because it's outside of the norm of what men are not doing, what men should be doing. And if men don't do this, then it ain't even about that. It's not even about that because like the brother PJ said, is you got to motivate yourself first. These things have to be important to you as a person, even before you become a mother. I think that's the problem nowadays. A lot of people haven't found their actual gift and what they actually have to offer to the world. Women have a lot to offer the world. They do.
Can I say something to you right there, right? Because I agree, but try to just imagine this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
I have a son, he's 8. I have a daughter, she's 12 or she's 9. They go to school, but I have to work 2 jobs because I don't have help from their fathers. So even when they get home from school, I don't really have a lot of time with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
What am I supposed, like, I don't have help from the dad. I have these 2 children I have to raise regardless.
Mm-hmm.
And I work a lot, so I can't support them. What do I do?
You do some of the things that you were saying, actually going out.
So I was getting to, like, they just gotta work
actually going out and creating a positive a positive place where your children could go when you're not around. There's a lot of things like growing up, like once my parents broke up, it was just me and my mom. So I went to after school programs. I was babysat by some of her homegirls, just like PJ, so it's not like it's not like there's nothing out there. I think
Yeah.
that the conversation, just the conversation alone is vital, because it will open up the minds of a lot of women, because a lot of women come online to not have these type of conversations. They literally come online to combat and prove themselves, when it's like, are you really proving yourself arguing on the internet all day when you got all this bullshit going on in your real life that you really ain't got no help for? So that's where you coming in with this type of information that women need to actually sit back and listen to. But at the end of the day, an ounce of prevention beats a pound of cure. So as you being the spokesperson, I'm not deeming you this, but I'm just giving you the example. I think that the message to younger women should be, find who you want to be in life. Find that out first before you try to attach yourself to somebody else. So when you do finally attach yourself to someone else, you don't lose yourself, and you still have a purpose, and you still feel important to yourself. Because a lot of women have children and they lose themselves. They don't know where they want, what they want to do now. They don't know where they should start. You know, and it's because of having the child. And I understand that. Listen, my son 9 months, so I know his mom just getting back to reality. So
Yeah.
I understand. And when I say reality, I mean focused the way she was before she got pregnant with him.
Yeah, just feeling like herself again. That's the whole
Right.
thing.
So I understand that. But I do understand that it's a lot harder to bounce back when you don't have the foundation.
And you by yourself. Right?
And a lot of it's not even just by yourself. Not even just by yourself. It's just the fact of you don't know. You don't know where to start. If you don't have a foundation, you don't know where to start. So it don't matter if you got somebody with you or not, because you still lost.
It's 10 times worse when you're by yourself, right? Because look what you just said. Because look what you just said. Even if the woman might not have the foundation, I think sometimes men who do, they could come and actually bring direction, right? The right kind of man could actually come help you. You know what I'm saying? Build that, right?
Yeah,
but, you know what I mean? When you buy it, so you really don't have. It's even harder.
But even that, you know, again, the foundation matters, because you got to remember too, you can leadership isn't forced. So a lot of times with women who don't have the foundation, they may run into the right man, but they're gonna rebel against his leadership. They're gonna question his leadership. They're gonna test his leadership. They're gonna constantly give him problems because they don't know how to understand that this man is here for that. So it may take a couple of years just for them to understand that, hey, I ain't here to hurt you. I'm here to guide you and love you, because you never had that before. You don't know what that looked like. So when a man is telling you something for your good, you ain't my father, because you so used to doing everything alone and afraid and not being able to trust nobody. So again, if we're going to have this, you know, what you're saying, and I think is great, I think that the message should be to younger women to still make sure you find a purpose as a woman, outside of being a mother, outside of, you know, all of the feminine stuff that you deal with intimately and all of that. You need to find who you are, find out your gift that you offer to the world, that God put in you, because everybody has a gift, man and woman. So I think women think that their gifts lie in domestication, and that's not true. That's not true. Because again, throughout Black history, we see a lot of Black women who've done tremendous things outside of the household and were still good mothers. So it's not like they can't do both. It's not like y'all can't go out and be of great service to people in the world and still serve your home. That's not true. It's just that the message is not being taught like that to women anymore. The message is being told, think about yourself. It's just you and your child. Worry about you and this and that and this and that and this and that. And that's causing that's causing extra struggle on women, because now saying they don't need help, they don't want no help, get away from me. So that's adding extra struggle, which creating extra stress, resentment, and all a bunch of other things that when you finally meet a decent dude, you don't even know how to look at him. You can't even tell if he's decent because the lenses that you're looking through. You see, where if a young girl was groomed by a woman like you that was telling her these things, she would know how to recognize that man. Like, oh yeah, this is the man right here. You see?
Well, I think we all learning together, right? Like this is a new, I don't say new, but new for us kind of conversation over here. And you made me you just made me think of something. I gotta change one of my suggestions. So earlier to all the Black mothers, I was saying it should be mandatory that all of your sons are in some type of physical contact sport. Okay, I want to change it. It should be mandatory that all of your kids are in some type of sport. I'm gonna tell you why. Because what he just said, he said, so this whole conversation is like for everybody, but specifically single moms, right? So I'm approaching it as if they don't really have a lot of male help. If you put the daughters in sports as well, she will start to be conditioned to learning to listen to a man, right? Like she's gonna learn how to have to answer, like accept authority and not be so rebellious and get used to, because that typically was what her father would be showing her, right? Like she would be used to taking orders from a man and it wouldn't be something new to her, right? So DS1's point is like, oh, when women come across a good man, sometimes we could be so paranoid. You're not my father. Why you tell me what to do? Da-da-da, because it's such an unfamiliar thing. But if you have your daughter in some type of situation where she has to kind of follow rules, whether she wants to or not, right? She doesn't get to just express herself verbally every time she disagrees. That could be a good thing sometimes.
It's called structure.
Right. See?
That's what it's called. It's called structure. And this is what a lot of our women are running from. They're running from structure. And they're running from structure because of the patriarchal structure, which abuses women. I know all of that. I understand that. But you got to understand that patriarchal structure is for society. It's not for your household. Do you run your household like the goddamn government run this country? No. So again, when we be having these conversations, this is why I really don't like to have them. I would rather come up here and have them with you because you know you're a little sensible. But a lot of these conversations, it just be nonsense and a bunch of hyperbole, because at the end of the day, don't nobody run their house like a patriarchy. That's a lie.
Right.
That's a lie. That's bullshit. That's an internet talking point. Don't nobody run their house the way America is ran. That's bullshit. So again, us Black men, we understand what the patriarchy does to women, not just Black women, to women in general. What it does to women, it subjugates women. It suppresses women. You see? So I understand that. So what you're advising and what you're giving women is you're giving women a remedy to the things that they have to deal with in this patriarchal society, which is a great conversation outside of these niggas ain't shit and they don't want to raise their kids.
Oh, I was definitely giving it to them in the beginning of the show, but I'm past that now.
Yeah, because at the end of the day,
what are you going to do?
Don't get nothing done. See,
right.
see, I'm just maybe I'm just a little too serious, but I'm not about all that. Because if we really doing it for the kids, why you still talking about the nigga? If this really about the kids, why you so harped on he ain't shit? You know that already. When you was fucking him, he wasn't shit. So let's get past that part and let's focus on the kids. It's the same thing that I tell dudes. Let's stop talking about women and let's talk about the shit that we can do to minimalize a lot of this bullshit. That's what I've been telling men for years on my channel, because it makes no sense. If we saying we care about the community, then let's talk about the community.
Well, you weren't here earlier. Why I'm talking about it in a separate way like this is because these are the same people who tell us there is no community. I seen more men say that than women, right? The men will, there is no Black community. So I kind of had a comparison earlier, like I mentioned rehab. Like if you go to AA, the first thing they want you to do is acknowledge a problem. Only then can you begin to fix it. So if every time we bring up issues in the community to these men and they deny, I've come to the conclusion that we no longer need to talk to them. They're not going to. They don't intend to help you fix a fucking thing. That's why my mind went to, okay, so if this is the current situation for some women, what can they realistically do to help themselves and to put the kids that are the next generation, set them up for a better future? What can they like realistically do? So that's why I came to this conclusion right here. And Flora, you said taking orders from a man. So I believe you was raised with your father, right, Flora? So you had to take orders from a man, right?
No, she don't listen to her father. That's how she ended up with that nigga, because she don't listen to her father. So again, that's the example. We're gonna leave that there. There's the example. Rebelling against guidance. Rebelling. No, I'm not gonna listen to you. Even though you're my father and you have my best interests, you're partly the reason why I'm here on earth. I'm not going to listen to you, the man who made me. I ain't going to listen to you. I ain't going to listen to you. I'm going to do what I want to do. And that's how she ended up where she ended up at. So again, this is why I was saying, Venus, why a woman of your stature with your voice, because you got a nice voice too. A lot of young girls will listen to you because you ain't got that thought babble like in your voice. Like you can actually speak to them and reach them in a way where they don't look at you the way they look at other women. You see what I'm saying? Because just like young boys, a young man not gonna listen to me if I look like him and I'm talking like him. How I'm gonna tell him to get off the block? If you look and sound like Cardi B, how you gonna tell a young girl not to be a hoe? You can't do that. You can't mirror them and then tell them something's wrong with them. No, something's wrong with you. You see? So you can actually talk to women, young women, about something because you have accomplishments. You don't have, well, I don't know if you don't have no kids, so I don't want to say that.
No, I don't have kids.
Okay, so you don't have kids, and I don't think you got a bunch of bodies either. You ain't got the pet cemetery.
I have a fucking one.
So at the end of the day, you actually have a chance to reach young girls and let them know, listen, we know you're gonna deal with men, you're gonna have your little boyfriends or whatever, but make sure the most important thing that should be in your life is for you to figure out your gift and what you have to offer to this world. Because that same thing that you're going to offer to the world, your children is going to inherit the things that come from it. You see? So when we talking about legacy just don't come from what the father does. It comes from what the mother upholds.
Because I want to say something. So, you know, it's crazy. I was just thinking about my real life. A lot of my clients are younger than me, and I ain't gonna hold you. It's my small little circle, which is not that small, but I really don't even know women. Like the most, damn near every woman I know is like a professional, like a nurse. She a teacher. She in law school. This one is works in advertising and marketing. Like, I don't know. My friends, maybe they're a little bougie. I don't know, but like, I really don't know a lot of women who are in those circles, to be honest. So I don't know. I'm just being dead ass. Like, I really don't.
What you mean?
Like the type of women you're talking about, I
Mhm.
don't know if I would be received well because I'm so far apart from that environment. Does that make sense? I don't know if that would go the way you think. Like I'm not maybe as relatable to them because I do think sometimes people like people they can relate to. The only thing that maybe would get me in the door, what I noticed with the younger girl, they'll see my bag or something, and then they'll feel like I'll be worth listening to based on my pocketbook. I'm just gonna say that. Like when you show up a certain way,
Well,
I
if, well,
notice
if you,
a certain type of attention.
well, if that starts the conversation, then you know that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that, Venus. But and I'm not telling you to go out and just, I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just saying from the conversation that's being had,
Yeah.
I really appreciate you having it. And it takes a lot of courage for women to even do this. Because again, if you just, if you just take a look at the chat, women get triggered when women start talking about what we can do better. Women get triggered.
No, I
I don't know
understand.
if you noticed
That's why
that, but
it was best
a
that I
lot of
did.
women get triggered
Mhm.
when women go outside of the norm of just talking shit about niggas and saying niggas ain't shit. When a woman start to actually breaking down certain things and being honest and transparent about how much more women can do for themselves, not men, but for them, look how triggered they get. Look how triggered they get. Just and you're telling women what they can do for themselves, not for us, not to be better wives,
I don't
not to
like
be
it.
better girlfriends, but to be better women and better mothers for their children. They're triggered.
Because I said learn to take orders from men. So listen, let me say, as a woman, I understand that sounds crazy. So I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to set women up to be in a position to where you letting any old man just tell you any old thing. But to DS1's point, I myself have made this mistake. So let me speak for myself. He said sometimes a woman could be so rebellious or so used to just disregarding men, you might come across a good man who actually does have good intentions, right? And you might mistake his care and his concern for him trying to be too bossy. He's too controlling, right? That happens when you're not familiar. So you might misunderstand him because you're just not used to that energy from a man. So I'm not telling you to be oppressed and just be dumb as hell. But what I'm saying is girls who are like I'm like have 4 brothers. Like most of my brothers are older than me. I got, unfortunately, I see now, kind of raised to be spoiled and do and say what the hell I want. Because my brothers, you can't do shit about it. My brothers ain't gonna let you, right?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I see how now I love my brothers, shout out to them, but they kind of help create a little menace. And maybe part of them thought it was kind of cute because it's like, oh, my little sister, and she did it. I don't know. But I'm just trying to explain.
Nobody better not say nothing or do nothing to you.
Period. It's a problem. But yeah, so
sounds like they got that from dad.
Listen. So my point is to people like Flora who are misunderstanding me, you know I'm never going to tell you to just go let a nigga run you in the ground. I'm just saying we can be very defensive and paranoid, rightfully so, right? Because some niggas ain't shit. But there is a group of women who just refuse to listen to anything. And it's like sometimes somebody is just trying to help you. Sometimes somebody is telling you something for your own best interest or to protect you or whatever it is. And you just so used to being in defense mode. Okay, so what's the problem?
Damn.
Oh, Mo Love. Hey, Mo Love. Hey, Coach Bird.
Hey.
What's up, sister? What's up, Mo? What's up, y'all? How you doing?
Peace, peace.
Hey, good evening.
Good
Interesting
evening.
conversation.
Of course. Listen to them flow. Why are you being difficult? Flora says there's also a group of men who you don't have any business listening to. We know that. Absolutely.
Why people give information ass backwards? It's great. Can I say something?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You
Go
know,
ahead.
Sister Venus, I think the first time I had a conversation with you was similar to this, right? Because you have a voice, and your voice is about self-empowerment, right? However, and you spoke about your colleagues, right? People that are your age, right? Most of them already been through life, kicked down the road of life, done had every type of man that's on YouTube. And again, my man said it has to. You have to take your voice to the younger women, the women who haven't gotten out here in life yet and been through the streets. They will listen to you because you're going to represent them in the highest way. That's where a lot of me. I found that niche go, and I'm just saying this. I just say on the high school level, a lot of those young women are looking and begging for someone to come in and tell them that despite their living condition, despite the relationship with the father, we see a lot of young women struggle with relationships with their mothers. They need somebody to tell them that they can do it. And nobody goes into those spaces. YouTube, everybody on YouTube has been beat up on life. We just responding about from some of our own experiences and what we may have seen on the worst part. But I can tell you, the way you present yourself, those young women would, they would, no pun intended, they would eat up everything you tell them about self-empowerment. They need women like yourself and Mo Love to come in and talk to them and tell them, put them in a group, put them in a circle. They done already, and they looking for a way. But not a lot of people are willing to go into that space. And
So-
I'll just paint this scenario real quick for me and you. Me and you, we're scenario. I'm ugly, however, you meet me, we date. We date, but we ain't really dating, right? I'm a shitty dude. I like to play the field. I don't show up on time, blah, blah, blah. But we in a relationship, situationship, and we have a child. Would you deny me access from my child, even though I'm a shitty dude to you?
Well, it depends. What do you call a
No. I'm just cheating on you. I like the ladies. The ladies like me. And you know this when you met me. I'm not showing up.
We have
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So say it again. And then we have a kid. And then what now?
We have a child. Would you deny me access to my child?
I don't think so. If you weren't doing nothing harmful to my kid or me, no.
No, that's my child. Why would I do something harmful to my child?
A lot of men,
to you.
Wait, hold on. A lot of men who have kids with women absolutely do harmful things to women. So that don't mean shit.
Hold on. You said to women or to the child?
Both.
Well, I don't know a lot of men that would actually harm their child, especially their daughter. Maybe it's a 40-something and under thing. It's new, but that's not really a thing for brothers to harm their child. They may harm somebody else's child, but typically not their own.
Listen, men harm their children in a lot of ways. You guys, just you disrespecting their moms and putting their moms in mental turmoil is harmful to your child.
Okay, so
would you say could break the self-esteem of your children, right? So it's not necessarily physical.
But would you deny me access to my child just because I mistreat you?
If I felt like
it ain't about what you feel.
It is. You asking me about my, like, as if I have power, right? So I'm telling you, if I felt the need to, yes, I would. Absolutely,
okay.
I would.
Okay, so if who's first in the it's me, you, and the child. Who comes first?
Me.
What about the child?
Child is second, and you're third, right? Because that's my perspective. I'm first, my child's second, and you're third.
Okay, so the child is in the middle, right?
Self-preservation. So if my mental health ain't right, I ain't being treated right, then I can't be my best self for this kid. And if you're a problem for that, you can go too.
I'm a shitty boyfriend. Do I get access to my child?
You know what's interesting about this? As a man, this is the example you came to the table with. You came to the table already as a man in the situation who's fucked up. And that's the problem with a lot of black. See, DS when I was being good, but this be the shit why I talk about these men the way I do. Why is that even where your mind went as an example? So you coming basically here to say, even though I'm a shitty man, I don't treat women right, I should still be able to have access to my kid whenever I want. And you want me to like play a role in this weird ass scenario.
But that's the scenario. I'm giving you scenarios that I run into all the time with young women and their children. And the child, 9 times out of 10, has always said, I still want a relationship with my father. I'm not talking from, I use that example, but this is an example that I've seen for 15, 20 years. And most of the time, the children have no say-so in having a relationship. That's why I gave that example.
I also don't like that you said all of my friends been and had every guy that they can and then ran through the mud and all this shit either. You just have a lot of negative.
Hold up. I didn't say your friends. I said people on YouTube. I did not say your friends. I said people on YouTube.
Your age that you around.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying is I'm saying so let me say general. Most people on YouTube have already been ran through life. It is what it is.
Anyway, the fact that I just think you represent a huge problem in the black men. Your mentality, the whole perspective you coming from is the foundation is pure negativity. Already. Oh, let's say I'm a shitty dude. Let's not say you're a shitty dude. Let's not
say I'm not.
Women, let's just not deal with them.
So a reason why I came in it that way, because I'm in these spaces. I'm talking to these young women and young men every day. And I'm giving them the best case scenario for them to be better. I don't want to see them grow up and still be carrying this sort of vitriol in their hearts about either parent. And that's why I use that example. I'm in these spaces and I don't see a lot of black people coming to these young people and saying, you can do it despite your situation.
So 1 second. I just want to know, Jamel, who's that? Can you say something?
Yeah, Jamel. Yeah, that's me. My picture ain't popping up for some reason on my pad. You can hear me?
Yeah, but 1 second. Okay, you're just gonna mute for me. So Coach Ferg, I understand this the example. Maybe these are the conversations you have. I'll give you that. But this is what the men need to understand. The mere fact that you had to ask me, right? Meaning they have to ask those women, or these women are quote unquote denying them seeing the kids, right? The focus should be, how can I be a better fucking man? So there is no woman that feels the need to deny me seeing my kid. It shouldn't be, I want to still be shitty and I want to try to use some type of leverage in a situation where I have none while still treating her like shit.
Is the shit part just the cheating part? Is that the only part?
I don't know. He said,
listen, I use the worst case scenario, right? Because in a lot of the situations that I've experienced, the man cheated. He was a cheater. But again, that doesn't negate a man being a good father to his child, is all I'm saying. That's why I painted the worst case scenario, because unfortunately, I see this 9 times out of 10, and the children are affected by this because they say, my mama won't let me see my daddy. And then they crying for 2 or 3 days and they struggle emotionally. It affects them in school. Their self-esteem is low. And again, not every situation will go that easy, but I see it just a lot based off what the parent feels about, so. No.
Off of cheating, right? This is
wait, hold on. I think PJ, you wanted to say something? Was that you?
Yeah, so it's like I understand like you're trying to bring up like the reality of a situation, but the thing is that like if a man cheats, the parts that's missing is reconciling with his woman. You know what I'm saying? Like if a man cheats and the woman feel a type of way, he got to reconcile that first. It ain't no like, oh, like just let me see my kid. You got to reconcile that like with your woman and hold yourself accountable. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, but you gotta keep the kid away because the guy cheated, but everything else he does is good. But just because he cheats, that means keep the kid away from his father or his mother, or
Yeah,
go
it makes
vice
total
versa.
sense if you're being disrespected. Yeah, that makes total sense.
That's insanity, bro. That's insane.
But
Absolutely.
y'all didn't hear
It
what I
is what it
said.
is.
I said we're in a
Wait,
situationship
hold
relationship.
on. Let PJ answer him.
It's crazy.
But yeah, that makes total sense because whenever people get disrespected or feel a type of way or whatever, they do make irrational decisions. But you was the catalyst for that, so hold yourself the fuck accountable.
Yeah, if you're putting hands on your kids, then of course you're putting hands on the woman or the kids. Of course you gotta do that shit you just said. But you cheat in a relationship and you keep the father away from his daughter or his son, that's insanity, bro. That don't make no fucking sense what you just said at all.
Wait,
Keep
Jamal,
the
hold
So
on.
cheating is
Question.
wrong. You should just get away with it scot free.
No,
Okay.
the woman
I
held
guess
me
that works.
accountable.
I guess that
Hold
works
on.
somewhere.
The mother held me. Listen, a mother gonna hold a man accountable because she gonna leave him. Yes, she left him. She held him accountable. He's already done the act.
But
What
did
I'm
they
saying
actually have
is,
a conversation and work it out? Because that
but
doesn't usually
yes,
happen, does it? Does that usually
yes,
happen? Yes or no?
come on, man. Y'all gotta go to these
Does that usually
spaces and
happen? Yes or no? Let's be real.
yes, they're gonna have a
Did he
conversation.
go
If
to
a
her
man,
as a fucking
man,
man and be like, yo, I cheated, I fucked up?
bruh, that you are super duper simp, PJ, nigga. You're the definition of a simp, nigga. You're gonna
I
keep me away
just
from my
What the
kids
fuck?
I
because
gotta
I
say,
cheated on you, but I pay the bills, I do everything
Y'all
else
just
because
don't
I
think
cheated
that
on you.
niggas
Keep
with
me
the
away from the
no,
kids, bruh.
y'all
You're the
taking it
definition of a
somewhere that
simp,
ain't
bro.
relevant.
Goddamn
Wait, hold
America.
on,
That's
You're
everybody.
the
a
fucking
Hold
problem.
definition of a simp.
Take
on.
this slow.
Hold on. Cause this be the bullshit. Jamal really came up
Jamel,
here.
yeah, you said it right, Jamel.
Jamal really
I
came up here and
didn't
said,
even.
I cheat, but I do everything right. Let's be fucking clear.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
That's
saying if let's stick to what he said. He's asking if he cheated, is that the reason why you're gonna keep me away from my kids? That's what we're saying right now. That's the topic. Right? Am I missing something?
Yeah,
And
you missed the part about not cutting me off. Pay
Oh,
attention.
sorry, my bad.
So you came up here and said, you just because I cheated, but I do everything right. That first of all, that sentence needs to die. Like, don't ever none of you say it again. Typically, a disrespectful man, that shit shows up in many different fucking ways. It ain't isolated. This ain't
It
no
could go both ways too, though.
just cheating. I don't want to do whataboutisms right now. We're talking about men, okay? So
But
again,
women. So if we're equal, so a woman can't cheat in a relationship, and then it go vice versa. If the dude keep the kids away from the woman because the woman cheated, that's cool.
Did you hear the part about I don't want to do whataboutisms right now? I want to talk about exactly what we're discussing.
But we're all equal, right?
Women with what men? I don't. We're talking about men. You got
okay.
this bullshit ass. Men could cheat, but do everything right.
No,
And
But a woman could cheat and see your kids, though. A woman could
no.
cheat and see your kids.
like,
That's what you're basically saying right now.
okay, this is the
But that's
third
not-
time I'm gonna tell you I don't want to talk about women in this scenario. There weren't
And
a
that's
part
not
of
what
it.
I said. I'm sorry, but that's not what I said. Right? I said we
there's
meet.
other people in the back. Hold on. Let's give Mo love. Okay, Coach Ferg, I'm sorry. Can you say it a little faster? You do talk slow. Can you try to do it again?
Well, I know people listen slower, so I talk a little slow. So what I'm saying is that we meet Friday, Tuesday. We situationship relationship. We ain't really committed. We just hooking up, doing our thing. You get pregnant, boom, and there's really no commitment set by any of us. We just having relations, and that's why I asked if does that require? Do I still get access to the child, even though?
Oh yeah, I could definitely deny you seeing a child. You just said we were situationship.
But how can
Wow, I say.
Wait, hold on. You just said we a situationship. We don't know each other. We were just sleeping around, and I got pregnant. And you didn't make no commitment to me. I don't owe you nothing either. So if I feel like I don't want my kid around you, I'm just being honest. That's the mentality. You said it. We don't know each other. We're hooking up. She gets pregnant. You don't want to commit to her, right? There's actually a benefit in making somebody your wife, right? There's people don't just do it for no reason. Because then these kind of conversations, they don't even ever have to think about, right? But you want to recklessly have sex, be a situationship, like you said,
Me,
and then you
why is it on one person? bro?
example you gave.
Yeah,
But do you
both-
think that's cool to keep it's a third person, or there's other people involved too, though, it's kids, right? So it's cool to keep the kids away from their parent because you and the dad got a problem with each other?
If I want to, yeah.
But
But that's playing with emotions. That's just what he said. Depression and all that shit. All that shit's gonna kick in when you do that in that kid.
So what I'm illustrating to you in this example as the baby mama is this is the position you men put yourself in when you're reckless with your sperm, right? Like
But
Coach
he-
Sperm
but-
said.
But it goes both ways, though.
No, there is no but.
You can tell him to put on a condom.
The reason he's asking me in a scenario, because typically that's how it goes. You need her permission to see the kid until you get the court involved, right? She holds the power. You don't. Stranger who I met and I smashed and we don't know each other at all, and you're expecting her to be some moral woman who just cooperates and goes along with you. Who like what the fuck? Y'all are not making no sense to me. Like, I don't
Go
understand.
along with what? All I want to do is see the kid. Like, what's wrong with that?
And all she want to do is hurt you because you hurt her, and now she's using your child to do it.
Exactly. That's the power you're talking about. So that's the power. Then you're right. That is power. That is you're right. That is power. That is called power. Abusing power too. That is called abusing power.
When people have power, they get to abuse it. That's what happens. So
But
guess what?
that's not a right way to abuse power. It was putting the kid involved.
Did you hear the
Take
word
the kid out.
abuse? Abuse, right? There's a reason abuse went first. Abuse. So this is the situation you all put yourselves in when you think you could mistreat women and just be reckless with your seed.
But did you listen to what he said? He said y'all barely knew each other. So how was that doing anything wrong if y'all both was doing the same thing?
He said he was a shitty dude to the woman.
No, he didn't say.
No, he didn't say
No,
that.
he didn't say
It
that.
was in a situationship.
Okay,
Wow,
so
this is crazy.
however y'all want to word it, the reason y'all are coming with this example is because this is how it fucking goes. The woman has the power. Y'all
Yes,
can
but-
complain about it all you want.
But how is that a good power? How is that a good power to have? How is that a good?
I don't understand the point of that question.
scenario. Is that I don't understand the point of the scenario, but in that scenario, that's not fair. Like if they were sleeping around and it was a situationship, then y'all both should be adults about the situation. Y'all brought a kid into the world, so y'all gotta be adults about it. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
If y'all
have
barely-
to. I have the baby. I don't have to.
But you can say y'all. Well, hold up, time out, babe. You can say the same thing about a wife. You can say the same thing about wife. You could abuse your power just because you can. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
exactly
just because it's a commitment, but that's not to say that it's like, all right, let's say that we was like 24, 25 messing with each other. We both should be responsible in the situation. I don't think that's cool.
What happens if the girl cheats though? Wait, the woman cheats. What happened?
The moral
What
of
happens
the
if the
story-
woman cheats?
The moral of the story is because y'all brought this dumb shit up here. Nobody was talking about cheating or any of this shit, but y'all wanted to entertain this. The moral of the story is you already know that women hold most of the power when it comes to children.
Yes, you are right.
Everybody knows this at this point today. I was today years old. So at this point, if you end up in a situationship with a baby by somebody you don't want to commit to, and she's giving you problems, I don't give a fuck. And you already knew what you were walking into. Y'all need
But
to
what
be-
happened if she feels like that? What happens if she feels the way you're talking about the guy?
I'm not talking about women. I told you that now 5
But
times.
okay, but can you just like? Can I just hear? I mean, I'll.
Y'all
No.
arguing from
Answer's
y'all
no. I
arguing
don't
from
want
a
to
weird.
no.
Y'all arguing from a weird point of view.
How is that a weird point of view?
Because like that's If that's how they want to do it,
We're
that's how
talking
they
about
want to do
keeping
it.
your
Like they
kids
say,
away from a parent because that parent cheated
hey,
on that
bro,
other
just
person.
move on and make some more kids or something. Who cares?
Damn,
Like,
you niggas,
Damn, that's a
it's
shitty
too
dad. And that's
easy.
a terrible dad right there. That's the
Oh,
definition of a
oh,
bad
bro,
dad
like
right
that
there.
shit is too
What's
much.
wrong with
That
y'all?
nigga said, move on from the kid. Leave the
That
kid
shit is
alone and
too
go
much.
have other
That
kids
shit is
and
too
deal
much.
with the
hey,
same problems again.
Yeah.
nah,
That's
that's
insanity,
not.
bro.
No, bro. That's how you gotta play that situation. If that's
I'm gonna
how she
stay
want to
in the
play it,
kids. Like,
then it's best to move on, man. It's like
man, you
going
can't.
back.
Oh my god, man, we
That
can't
shit is
move
evil.
on,
I
It
man.
ain't
mean,
no.
damn, I guess,
That shit is
yep.
evil.
You're right. I can't argue with that. Yep. Damn, that's
It's like
crazy, bro. Yep.
if this how she want to play the situation, why go back
Yep,
and
you
forth
right.
if she
Yeah.
got the
Nah,
power?
nah. Yep, you right. Nah, you right. That's crazy. That's
Okay,
crazy. You right
It's
though.
not crazy, bro. That's how
No,
she
it's
want to
not
play
crazy
it.
because you're
You got to
right.
move
That's right.
forward.
What you said. Exactly.
why
Facts.
do
Yeah.
men? Hold on. Why do y'all
Wow.
repeat yourselves over and over? We heard him, and you acknowledged him, and we cool, great. Don't be a good father. What's up,
Because
Molo?
what you just said, I can't beat you. I can't beat what you just said. You have all the power. I can't win, right?
Don't be a good father. He's saying leave the kid.
He
Damn,
said,
that's
"Fuck
crazy.
them kids," and he ain't the first black man to say it. We
I
see how
mean,
it
So
but
here
is.
you
we
No, I'm
go.
just
saying,
said you'll keep the
no, I'm
kids
saying, hold
away
on.
though. You just said that.
Jamel, hold on, wait,
Right.
Jamel. Listen, Venus, sweetheart. If that's how you gonna play the situation where you gonna keep a man's kid away from him, what do you want him to do besides move on? What else could he do?
He'll
I
fight
can
for
go fight
custody.
for my kid. Yeah, I can go
Right.
You
Like
gonna
it's just
use the
y'all just
court.
weak as fuck and y'all don't never
Wow.
why? But
Wow.
why do a man gotta keep? Why do a
the
man
only
gotta
thing
keep
y'all ever want to
fighting?
fight for is bullshit. But when it comes to fighting for your kid, that's too much
Okay,
for
but
That's
y'all.
crazy. You
answer
want to
that
go to
question,
court for
sweetheart.
me to
Why?
see my kids because I
No,
cheated
answer that.
on you.
Hold on,
You niggas will
Hold on,
fight
wait.
over sneakers. You'll fight over
Okay,
insults. You'll fight
right,
over your ego being bruised. But oh
right.
my god, fighting for your kid is just too much. Like you niggas
But
are
but
the fucking worst.
but
What's up,
Venus,
Molo?
why do Venus? If I've tried to work out with you, trying to co-parent with this kid and you making it difficult, why do I got to keep fighting you for that?
Because she's in her feelings, bro.
Y'all are defeated. Y'all don't fight for nothing.
What?
Like niggas,
Wow.
A broken-hearted woman. Hey,
um,
man, you don't want that in
There's
your life.
another person involved. There's 3 humans or whatever how many kids you got. There's multiple humans involved.
It
Oh,
doesn't
because
matter,
of two
bro. She
people
controls
have
the
a problem.
situation. Y'all,
This is
y'all,
wow.
y'all want to keep going back and forth. It's best if she not trying
No,
to
I
get
understand what
on
you're
some type
saying.
of good if
Nah,
she not
yeah, I
trying
get
to,
it.
it's the fifth time. Y'all like,
I get
why are
it.
you repeating yourself over and over? Both of you.
That's crazy because what he's saying, and you're saying he's a bad. What I take that back. You're saying he's a bad person because he don't want to fight for his kids, but you're saying you got to keep the kids away from him and let's go to court to make life difficult, right?
Okay, so Molo, did you want to say something, honey?
So do I address this from the man cheating? Like
I
that
would
point?
prefer that we didn't address it at all. You can talk about
Yeah,
whatever you want because that
yeah, move
scenario
on.
is just dumb. And
Oh
you,
well,
It
that's what I
happens
was gonna
every day.
address. But I will say I think it's commendable that you started out trying to give advice on how to make, I guess, parenting, single motherhood easier. So I just appreciate you being willing to have the conversation, and you don't even have children. But I will say this, when it comes to, I guess, trying to move forward, if a man cheats, I definitely understand how painful that can be, right? But
Yes.
that pain belongs to us as the adults, and that's not like to dismiss the man's behavior, but that's ours to carry and not the child. And I think too often the kids get caught in the middle of it, you know,
Yes.
and that's how the cycles
Begin.
of brokenness keep
Yes.
repeating, you know, and the man might have failed as a partner, but he can still show up as a father. That child, in my
Yes.
opinion, still deserves love from both parents. And
Both.
we can't parent from pain. Like, we really do have to start to heal. And of course, that means, because you know he tried you, set boundaries. And the main goal is to keep everything focused on what matters most, you
Yes.
know, which is keeping the child secure and just
Yes.
focusing on the kids' needs. And that's not easy. When you go through somebody cheating or a breakup, those things, you know, take time to heal from. But I do think that it's important to give that child the opportunity to have a relationship with that dad if he wants to be present, no matter how much you can't stand him. But again, that's just my opinion.
Yes.
You're
Thank you.
correct. I agree with you, Mom.
Yes. That's all I was trying to say. Appreciate
Yeah,
you, Mo.
exactly. Facts.
And we'll
I
have a
just
bright
also
future.
understand them women who don't be giving a fuck. Because I'm gonna be honest, when somebody they don't give a fuck about your feelings, it's some women who gonna be
But
like,
then you're
okay,
saying, but then when you're doing that, you're saying you don't give a fuck about your kids' feelings too, though, right?
Yeah, for sure.
when you disparage their mom, you said that first.
You're saying fuck what my kids say about seeing their dad. Fuck what they say. If the dad say
I
that,
don't
fuck
think
what their
he
kids
said,
say about seeing their mom. I'm not keeping my kids away from their mom. Like fuck it, she cheated on me. Fuck that shit. She never seen the
is
kids.
it
She got
that
taken
they
to
don't
court.
care, or are they just moving from a place of pain? I don't think it's that they don't care.
Yeah, place of pain. I agree with that.
Yeah, I know it's pain. It hurts. It's bullshit. But it's like,
It's
damn, man.
bullshit. See that? Your pain and your hurt as the woman is bullshit to these men.
No, I'm
No,
saying it's
on both
bullshit as in
sides.
it happened. Like I understand it's painful, but it's like, damn, the kids. Let me not break their minds up. You feel me? That's let me put them in depressed mode. I want them to grow up at least with both parents. It's better to grow up with two is better than one, right? So it's like at least he ain't abusing them and beating them. Then it's like just fuck that nigga. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna get a better dude, and he can see the kids and fuck that dude, right? That's how it should be.
Obviously, she not feeling that way, so it's best to move on.
But you can't move on, brother.
Yes, you can.
A lot of their
No,
daddies moved on. That's why it's so easy for them to say that shit.
Exactly.
But
They
you
daddies
don't want it to be like that.
That's how.
You don't want it to
Again,
be
bro.
like that.
Fuck what you talking about, bro.
Thank
If
you,
this
Mo
how she
Love.
wanted to
Appreciate
be, then just move on.
Yeah,
Is that what your
all right.
daddy did to you, Santana?
Why you being like that, sweetheart? If you, I'm just saying, if you making the situation difficult,
I'm just
for a man
asking
to
a
get his kid,
question.
yeah. How I feel for women.
I said, is that what your father did to you?
No, my father actually
Jesus.
still around.
Your father what?
No, I said no. My father's still around.
Your father's still around, and it's so easy for you to say, "Well, just move on and make another kid."
The reason why I'm saying that because if you constantly making it difficult for a man to be in his kid's life, I'm not finna keep going the extra miles to
Venus, how you not
I'm
understanding
not
what
doing
he's
it.
saying right there?
Yeah, it's like it's crazy. It's like if you making the situation difficult,
Because I'm
why
not a
would I keep trying to
sociopath.
fight you for it? Like,
I
okay,
know, but you're saying you're gonna
no,
make
that's
it
not.
hard
That's
for
if
me to
you.
see the kids
No, I'm
or the
saying,
guy to see the kids.
yeah, if you want to, if you want to be on that, this is my kid. You're not gonna see my kid. I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, and then move on. It's like, what am I gonna keep going back and forth with you?
But he's saying he don't want it like that, though, right?
Do y'all have any regard though for like the cheating side of it?
Wait, I just want to say so this
like
is
how.
Wait. So this is why a lot of the women today do not respect these men. Mo Love, do you think if a man was trying to keep my kid from me, I wouldn't exhaust every resource I fucking have to make sure that shit can't happen? But you hear them, they will roll over and just like, oh, well, it is what it is. I
I didn't
cheated.
say I would roll
They
over.
would rather spend more time complaining about the shit than doing something about
I
the
just
shit.
can't believe that I just can't believe that's above people hitting kids is cheating. That's the same category. Keeping kids
You
away.
know what men would do if they found out a
Prideful
man
much
was
for me.
keeping
They
his
say pathetic as
children's
hell.
mother away if she's trying to be in his life. Other men would shame that man and get on that man. They would just be like, well, again, this is a different type of man today, and I don't know, but yes, by default, it would be a perfect world if children can have both parents. But we've seen over the last 35, 40 years, this is a common theme in our community. And a lot of fathers live within 5 miles. The kids can walk over there, and they still growing up without having these relationships. And now everybody reaching their 30s and 40s, and they struggling with building relationships when that's the best time to build relationships.
No,
but we still
really.
having kids though. We still having
So,
those.
and most of these fathers are not present because the women are just keeping them away. Is that what you're saying?
That's what you just said. That's what you said you would do.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
Jamal,
That's
you
not-
never
that's not
been
what I'm
here
saying.
before. You're
That's
too
That's not what I'm
emotional.
saying.
already.
You need to
That's
relax
not
a
what I'm
little bit.
saying.
Yeah,
But
I ain't
no,
gonna lie to
Oh,
you, man.
oh,
let,
my
let,
bad.
Jamel, you is a little emotional, bro.
but let's
fall
talk
back.
about
Hey,
this.
this is funny as fuck. This is hilarious, man.
It's
Coach
not,
Fern.
bro. This how females been
Yes.
operating for a long
I
time.
already know, man. I already know.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
You
funny to
already
hear
know
it
what
that.
to do.
Why you acting like you don't know? If you already
because
know.
it's funny just to see evidence. Just see evidence. It's like it's just hilarious.
Come on, evidence of what? Evidence of what?
Coach,
The evidence of what you
It's
just said. I'm gonna keep the kid away from him because he cheated on me. So I'm gonna keep the kid away or the kids away.
and
Yeah.
that's the common theme for a long
That's
time.
evidence right there.
When I was in my 20s, it was happening. I saw it all the time. And
So
then when I
all
started
of the
working in the
time,
school,
all of these, even that running joke about, oh, the man said he went to the store for milk and never came back. That came from nowhere. Men have been abandoning their children at their own will, as well as women who have been being spiteful and stepping in the way, right? But mostly men have been running away from their responsibilities. Just like this Santana person, you see how quick his mind went to neglect. He said, well, move on and make another family. And that's what a lot of men chose to do, Coach Ferg, from your generation.
Well,
hold on.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on.
okay.
Hold on. She said she put
Hold
me in.
on.
Hold on. What you
Hold
got to
on, G.
understand,
Oh,
Venus, is
yeah,
that
that's crazy.
what you got to understand, Venus, is I think that it's going to take for your kid to grow up and make you realize that you made a mistake in that situation. It's not up
Facts.
for me to be trying to explain to you, oh man, I'm finna go above and beyond. I'm not finna keep doing that. If I put in certain
You are a
efforts,
weak and defeated man. It is what it is.
oh
I'm
well,
sorry. I'm gonna
okay.
call you what you are.
Yeah,
You
I'm
are.
gonna walk away.
Yo.
I'm sorry.
Wow,
You a
that's
defeated man.
wow. This is wow.
You a
Y'all
bad
so
I'm
man.
emotional. That's crazy.
Can I
Because
respond?
you know, wait, because you know there are men who actually went to court and fought for custody of their kid and won because they didn't sit back and let a woman dictate their fucking relationship with their kid. You
But why
sound
is the
weak.
woman doing that? Why is she not
You,
just
that's
moving
what I'm
on?
saying. It's like
you sound
what
weak.
I don't
And
get it.
so
I
this is the
really
thing.
don't get that.
So this is the thing. This is why you guys are not fit to lead anybody. I'm gonna tell you why. Jamel specifically.
Oh man.
You keep on asking, but why? But why? Instead of accepting what is. You want to cry. It is what the fuck it is. The women have the power when it comes to kids. Everybody knows it.
That's
I
the
don't
only
understand why
power
you,
though.
but you want
To
to
give
cry.
I have a
life
question,
and to
Venus.
take life.
Can I ask you a question, Venus? Have you ever seen the movie Daddy's Little Girls?
Yes, I have.
With that man, but with the situation that his 3 girls was in, would he been in the right to walk away?
You know you can't take no Tyler Perry movie serious.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Jamal, I'm gonna drop you because you won't stop talking. You're emotional as fuck. I can't. Why you new men are so fucking girly? Stop.
I've been on here before.
Why are you so emotional?
Oh, I'm just laughing. I mean, that's emotional by what? By me laughing at the daddy little girl Tyler Perry?
Anyway, Santana, this is now you brought. So your first initial answer was to just move on and create another family and not fight for your kid, and now you brought up a movie to illustrate the example of leaving children. So you just are a deadbeat waiting to happen. That's just that.
I mean, I understand how you can say it that way. That ain't necessarily answer my question.
I'm not going to. You said enough about how you
sweetheart.
think.
All right.
I mean, when I got something like when I'm defending something, it's always sassy, right? When I'm defending something or something don't make sense to you, like keeping the kid away because he cheated.
Yeah, bro, it's best to just fall back, bro.
I mean, so what he's saying is fall back, right? And you're saying, oh, you're gonna fall back. You're a loser of a man because you're gonna fall back, but I'm gonna keep fighting you to keep the kid away from you. So it's like, what do you want me to keep fighting? You know, we're playing chicken. You feel me? The first one to flinch for bluffing for what? Because of a kid. We're playing with another human being's life because of you're mad because of whatever the fuck the situation is. That's funny as fuck to me. Yeah, that's hilarious. Because if she cheated, I wouldn't care. I mean, it is what it is. Move on to the next. The kid's got nothing to do with me and her. Simple as that.
I think one thing that we got to understand, it's not about us. It's not about the kid. It's pretty much about the woman's happiness. If she's not happy, then yeah, she controls the situation. So it's best to let her go however she want to go about that.
I
That's
just want to
wild.
say, women, these people right here are exactly why I started this show, and I am encouraging you all to build community amongst each other so that you all can set each other up for success, because a lot of the counterparts that you would have to look to will not be reliable at all.
Venus, I'm confused because it's like when you
I'm
say that
lost.
you're gonna keep. No, it's like when you say that you're gonna keep the kid away, and the man is fighting. It's like, oh, it don't matter. I'm still gonna keep my kid away. But when the man sound he gonna walk away, it's like, oh, you a weak motherfucker. It's like goddamn. It's like either way,
Choose a
it's
side.
like either way.
You're gonna
It's not
respect
gonna
him
be
more if he
hard.
fight against you. You're gonna respect that man more, your baby dad, if he fight against you to go to court. You're
I'm
gonna think of
confused.
him as a superhero.
It's like, what do you want the man to
So
do?
the point that you all seem to miss is I'm not nobody's baby mama. This ain't my fucking life. What
Yeah,
I
me
was
neither.
trying to do was illustrate the example of when you're in that situation. Yes, she can. She can
Right.
do all those things.
But why?
So sweet. Here you go with the but because she fucking can. What do you
Right.
what?
That's what I'm saying,
Are you
bro.
a child?
gotta
All
keep
right.
doing
But
that.
why? But why? Whatever reason.
But so when you say, but why? But why? Yeah. So let me keep the kid away. Let me keep the kid away from the other parent because I'm pissed off. Yeah, all right,
But
cool. That's hilarious.
Jamal, here's the thing though.
Wait, I'm not. I want to
Jamel.
finish. I just want to finish what I was saying.
My bad. Sorry to cut you off.
And you emotional as hell. You can't help yourself. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just trying to. This doesn't make no sense to me.
You said that fucking 20 times. We hear you. Why do you keep
I mean,
repeating
YouTube,
everything?
because okay, look, I don't be on YouTube like that. I live in the real world, right? So I just jump on here whenever the fuck. I mean, and it's hilarious to hear. This is your channel. You're saying you're telling the woman if he cheats on me, just keep the kid away from that guy. But if you cheat on a guy, you still see your kids.
Why
Jamel,
do you keep repeating yourself?
Jamel, is this the first time
over?
Jamel, is this the first time you hearing this, or like?
No, this is the first time I'm hearing insanity. But I guess, yeah, I guess so.
Jamal, how old are you?
How are you?
No, because you sound like you might be like 22 or something.
I'm saying we could tell each other ages, but age ain't got nothing to do with insanity.
Nah, it does.
I mean, if we're both over 21 and you're talking about my emotions is more than other, I mean,
I don't really like talking to men under 30 because y'all like children to me. I can't do it. Go nowhere. You keep on, but why? But why? But why?
All
like
right.
crying.
All right, no more. Nobody's crying. Okay, so what he said to move on, move forward, then, right? So that's what he said. With Santana, if I say your name right, what he's saying is correct. Then
you heard him already. Why does he need
Sorry.
you to? Like
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's the problem. You just saying
exactly.
and you're
Move
not
on.
just saying. You keep saying, but you're not thinking. So again,
Move forward.
My point was, I really hate you, young niggas. Y'all are fucking too. I'm dropping you. I can't do it. You annoying. Anyway, I feel sorry for the younger women because y'all got to deal with these catty, argumentative, crybaby ass niggas.
Thank you, Venus.
I can't do it. They're annoying as hell. Like I cannot hate it. And not productive and ain't solving no problems. Because what kind of man, if his question, but why? But why? But why? How is that solving a problem for anybody? You just gonna sitting around complaining about shit. I don't understand these niggas at all. But the reason I was being so extreme in the example is not because I encourage that behavior, but it's because I understand that is what you guys are up against. And because you're able to come here and express it to me, you understand that that's what you're up against. Why do you keep putting your seed in random women that you don't know and then crying about the woman you don't know doing some shit you didn't expect her to do?
That's facts. That's facts.
Can I say something? Go ahead, bro.
Well, here's my dilemma with a lot of this bullshit, right? Dudes are sitting here saying that because I cheated, right, I should still have all the access that I had previously
to the child.
But You only have access to the child through the mother. That's facts. There is no access unless the child is with you. If your child is with their mother, the only way you're going to have access to your child is through the mother. Why are we sitting here acting like that's like this shit is rocket science? And on another hand, you niggas is sitting here acting like, oh well, I just cheated, so why I still can't be around my child? Okay, so how would you niggas feel if she cheated on you and had another nigga around your child?
That's
different, right?
situation.
That's something different, right? That's something
not the
different.
same
Wait.
situation.
It's not the same. I knew you niggas was gonna say that. I knew that. I knew it.
Well, I'll say this. and
No, you
more
talking about
love
having
to-
another man around the kid. That's something else.
If you got another woman because you cheating, why she can't go get another nigga?
No, I understand that part, but when you said break
Okay,
up,
so if that's the case, another nigga gonna be around your child. If that is the case, another nigga will be around your child, correct?
Oh, okay. I guess.
Okay, so again, so if we gonna say that the woman should allow disrespect and boundaries being crossed by you,
Nobody said
then
that.
wait a minute, bro. Because cheating is a form of disrespect and
Yes.
crossing boundaries. How isn't it?
Yes.
How is it?
That's correct.
Cheating
again-
is a form
Oh my
of
God.
disrespect and crossing boundaries. If you cross boundaries that you shouldn't cross with your baby mom, how can she feel safe with you around her or the fucking child? And should she feel safe after crossing those boundaries? After you cross them, should she feel safe? Should you feel safe if she cheated on you? No, but she should, and still give up the child to you because you the father. Come on, bro, that's some bullshit. We not justifying fuck niggas. We not justifying fuck
Nobody
niggas
said that.
and niggas
Come on.
doing fuck nigga shit and still saying, oh, I still get a chance to be a father. No, you's a fuck nigga. Go somewhere with your life, bro.
Damn, man.
Because the woman nor the child needs you because you a fuck nigga.
Can I
Then
ask you a
you
question?
Hold on. Let me jump
proven
in.
that. You've
Come on, man.
proven that by disrespecting your child's mother. How do you think your child is gonna feel growing up knowing that you disrespected their mother their whole fucking life? You niggas
Do
think
y'all?
about that?
I don't think y'all listen. I said
No, I heard everything you
initially.
said. Oh, you've been
I
talking
said
for an hour,
initially.
bro.
I
You've been talking for an
ain't even been talking. I've been listening to everybody go back and forth.
No,
What you
you
talking?
actually created this conversation.
And I just can't. I came up here and asked the question.
This whole,
Yes.
you know.
So if we're in a
kerfuffle that we're in right now.
relationship and I mess around, again, we're
You
gonna go.
violated.
We're gonna
You
take the.
violated.
Okay, hold up,
So
brother.
if-
Hold
so
up,
if
hold
she
up, bro. Hold up,
decides- so if
hold up,
she
brother. Let's be
says-
real. Listen.
So
Come on,
if
man.
she
Listen.
says no, I don't feel safe with you around us. She
Okay,
has the
I
right
gotta
to
go.
do that.
The man gotta go. He cheated. I already said she's gonna hold him accountable.
No,
She's
it's
gonna
no,
leave
no,
him.
no, 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 no,
That's
no. See
holding him.
what you trying to do.
But that's what I
and this
said.
is-
Do y'all
and this is
listen?
what. But this is what this is what
Like,
Venus
yeah,
is talking about. A lot of you older dudes, what you
Damn,
niggas
a lot
trying
of
to
you
do.
young niggas are the
you try
ones
to
that's having
cut-
problems.
You
What are you
try to
talking
cut
about?
up the family, nigga. You
Y'all already
cannot
cutting up the
separate
family.
the
What are you
child
talking
from the
about?
mother.
That
You
makes no
cannot
sense.
separate the
How you
child
cutting
from the
up-
mother. So
Ain't
if
nobody
you
say separate.
disrespecting the fucking mother, disrespecting your child, nigga.
Who said-
what are you
who
talking
said-
about?
Nigga,
How
who
is this
said
fair?
separate
How
the
is
child
this
from the mother? I
You
said
niggas don't
having
get it.
access.
You niggas don't
Can a
get
man come and visit his child? That's the problem we've been having all this time. All of these illegitimate children being born
this is
at
why
80%,
young niggas don't
and
respect
nobody's
old
having
niggas.
the balance of the mother and the father.
Because it seems like
What are
y'all
we
get
talking
lost in
about?
translation with shit. How
Y'all
don't you
niggas are
understand by disrespecting this little boy or this little girl's mother that you're not disrespecting your child? How
The
is that
baby
so
ain't even
hard to
born.
understand?
That's crazy.
How is that
No,
so
I
hard
actually-
to understand?
The child would only know that if somebody told the child that.
Oh, so you
The
wouldn't
child
tell
wouldn't
your
even
child.
know that.
So that
Why
makes
would
you
somebody-
more of a hoe ass nigga. If you
So would a
wouldn't
mother?
tell your child.
So would you tell your child
is
that you
you niggas
cheated?
talking
What are y'all niggas talking about? Y'all niggas just be making shit up.
Hold on.
No,
Can
nigga,
y'all
community is
have the
fucked up out here.
conversation?
You You trying to
Can y'all
push
have the
that old
conversation?
sap sucker shit. That's
No,
what you
nigga, I'm trying to say
you
if
trying to
because
you trying to
in
hide
reality
them for
today,
others
a
to
lot
still
of
be
these
a
children
father.
are
No,
running
you're not,
around
nigga. No, you're
without a
not.
father,
Once you
and they
decide
moving
to
Hey,
emotionally,
wait,
woman
and they out here
excuse me. Can
reckless
y'all have the
because the parents are
conversation?
tell the
selfish
truth,
as hell.
nigga.
What are we
Can
talking
y'all
about?
have the
This the
conversation,
problem
Niggas
with
is
you old
please?
crazy as
niggas.
hell.
You niggas never tell the fucking
What's wrong
truth.
with you crack
Once you
era
decided
age
to
niggas?
step
Because
out
y'all
on
sit out
your
here
mother,
complaining
Venus,
once you
about
Venus,
the
decided to
Venus,
women.
have
Venus. Can
another
they have the
relationship
conversation?
and
It's crazy.
disrespect their mother, you
Y'all
didn't
niggas is
want the
crazy.
fucking child no more. Tell the truth.
Most people done
And
already
that's
had their
what you
first
niggas
child by
won't
the time
say.
they
Y'all not
21 years
man
old.
enough
What are you
to do
talking
that.
about?
What y'all niggas are
These
doing,
niggas
just
out here
run
fucking
off
as
and go
teenagers. Y'all
start
talking
another
about disrespect.
family and act like you ain't got a family. That's
Y'all
hoe
niggas,
nigga
man.
shit.
Y'all
That's
niggas, I've
hoe
seen why the
nigga shit.
kids is
That
fucked
ain't
up.
man shit, nigga. Stop
It's
promoting
fucked
that
up.
like that's being a
All you
man.
niggas has had their first
None of that
child
being
before
no
they
man.
21.
That ain't
Kids
being no
having
man,
kids. What are
nigga.
we talking about?
That ain't being no
Ain't
man,
nothing
nigga.
about to be
I don't give a
dedicated.
fuck how old he
Over the
is.
last 30
That
years, you
ain't being
niggas
no
haven't
man,
had
nigga.
illegitimate
I don't care what
children
you
out the
talking
ass
about. I
and
don't care
wondering
what
why we
you talking
can't
about.
figure
And
this shit
that's
Well,
out.
why
wait,
these
wait a minute.
boys,
Time out.
and that's
Time
why
out.
these
Time
boys,
out.
when they get
Time out.
older,
Y'all
Gentlemen,
niggas.
knock
gentlemen,
y'all
gentlemen,
old niggas
They
gentlemen,
the
hate
fuck
gentlemen.
y'all
out.
ugly
Time out.
ass niggas. They
That's why
hate
y'all
y'all
get
Time
niggas.
out.
knocked the
Time
fuck
out.
out.
Shit,
That's
nigga,
No,
why.
time out.
you better go
That's
Time out.
why,
save the
Time out.
nigga.
children.
That's why.
Time
That's why
out.
these
That's
young
Please,
why.
kids
please,
That's why so
please.
don't
many
even listen
videos
to you
with
niggas.
old niggas like you getting chin
Niggas,
checked
they don't
in the
even
ass
listen to you niggas. Y'all kids don't
niggas
even
just
listen
like
to
you.
you niggas.
Niggas just like you.
Y'all
Niggas
niggas
is
is
just
losing it.
they could go around,
Man,
violate these little
I'ma
boys and
stay
these
in the
little
school
girls'
because y'all niggas
mamas
is
and
crazy.
still try to stand up like they men.
Y'all
You ain't
niggas
no
is
man,
crazy.
nigga.
Hey, hey, can
Who in the
y'all
hell
have the
know
Outta here.
a
conversation,
nigga
bro? Can
cheated
y'all have the
besides somebody telling
conversation?
them? That's crazy.
Can y'all
Yeah,
have
niggas
the
don't know how to have a
conversation,
conversation,
man?
man.
Hey, I actually listen. I actually agree with her, man. If you cheat on your woman, man, that's like a trickle down effect. It's gonna affect the kids, and it's just gonna affect the family structure. Man. So in a way, cheating do kind of mess with
So, so,
everybody involved.
so let me ask you this: how does a child know that anybody cheated?
I think just by the way your woman, acts after you cheat on her, and it
I said
affects her.
anybody. How
She
does the child
listen,
know that
bro.
anybody
Listen,
cheated?
listen, bro. The child ain't gonna necessarily know that mama got cheated on, but she gonna know mama is kind of going through something, and that's gonna affect the child too, man. Like how you can't understand that.
But how is the child gonna know that that is what she's
I
going
just
through?
answered your question,
She can't pay
bro.
the
I'm
bills.
telling you.
It can be a whole. It
Listen,
can be a
bro.
whole. How does a child
Listen.
know that a person cheated?
I
Is the
just told
question.
you, bro. It's not necessarily the kid knowing, but she's knowing mama's hurting, mama's going through something, and it's gonna affect the kid, bro. How you don't understand that?
Because I work with these kids, and these kids know nothing about what happened, what the parent is going through, unless the parent
Yeah,
tells
hey,
them.
Venice, y'all, yeah, like Venice say, y'all think kids are stupid, man. Kids can understand when their mama going through something. I agree with dude,
Going through
cause
something and being cheated on, that's different. I can't pay my bills. I'm going through
it's
something.
no,
Can't
that's
get my
damn
kid
near
to
the
school.
same
I'm going
thing.
through
What are you
something.
talking about? How is being cheated
So
on
how
not
does a
going through
kid
something? Are you
know?
crazy,
How does a
bro?
kid know?
Bro,
How does a
listen,
kid
give your
know? How y'all kids know if y'all cheated?
I just answered your bro.
If you don't tell
Bro,
them, they won't know. What are we
bro,
talking
listen,
about?
listen, listen. How
I
is
lost
being
my job.
listen,
Is my kids
listen,
gonna know
bro,
I lost
listen.
my
You're not
job?
trying to have the
Come on, man.
conversation, bro. You're not trying to have the conversation, bro.
But y'all trying to say cheated though. You can't tell.
Yes, bro. Listen, when a woman gets her heart broken, bro, that's literally you're going through something, bro. That's getting your heart broken. It's not just no walk in the park, bro. That's something that is a life that is traumatic to a person, bro. And you trying to sweep it on the rug like it ain't nothing. Like, oh man, it's just you ain't going through nothing. What?
That's not what I'm trying to do.
That's exactly what you're
That's
doing,
not what I'm
bro.
trying to do. What I'm saying is a person doesn't know unless somebody relays that information.
And I just answered your question by saying
I can't pay
you
my
cheat on.
bills. That's just the
Listen,
same as me
bro.
going through something.
Listen,
What are we talking
listen.
about?
Tell me if you understand, bro. Once a woman get cheated on and it affects her, it's gonna affect the kid because the kid is gonna see your mama is going through something. She don't nobody necessarily have to tell that kid that mama got cheated on, but he see his mama is dealing with something. Like, what did you not understand it, bro?
Okay,
No
I'll take
disrespect
that
to you, no
scenario. I'll
disrespect,
take
bro.
that scenario. Hold up. I'll take that scenario. But also, me, I can't pay my bills. I'm behind on rent. I'm about to get evicted. Would a child assume that she's getting cheated on, or would a child just assume that she's worried about something?
Man, bro, I just told you, man. A child not gonna necessarily knowing you getting cheated on, but they know you going through something, bro.
Yes,
And it's
going
gonna
through
affect
something.
Wait, hold on,
it's
guys.
gonna
Hold on.
affect them too.
Yes,
Hold
I got
on.
my heart broke.
So, Coach Ferg, the interesting thing is, since you came up here, you've been on the defense of the man who ain't shit.
I'm not on the defense.
So I'm trying to understand why you're having a hard time understanding that when a man mistreats a woman, it's going to affect her, and by default, it is going to affect the home his child lives in. But we want to brush past that part and keep talking about, well, it shouldn't affect, and there's no world where it doesn't. The problem is you guys want to be able to do whatever the fuck you want and then expect a woman to return the favor by being honorable to a man who wasn't honorable to her.
Facts.
That's not what I said anyway.
That's exactly what you're saying.
That is
No,
exactly
it's
what
not.
you said, bro.
It's not what I'm saying. What are you talking about? I painted a scenario. The fact that in what's been going on over the last 35 years, y'all see it. The kids are overweight. The kids have low self-esteem. The boys are turning into girls. The girls are turning into boys because most of those children don't have the balance of both parents. I've seen it for the 40 years.
Why is your conversation not geared toward men doing the right thing? I'm paying attention to the perspective.
It's already happened. The baby's here. That's all I'm saying.
What the fuck? The men doing the right thing. Why is that not your perspective?
Doing the
Why
right thing
are
is a
you
man.
here trying to justify no matter what a man does, the woman should still be honorable to him?
No, it's not the woman. She's already held him accountable. She left him. You held him in. You left him. He ain't shit.
No,
to me.
that ain't the end of it. The end of it is whatever the fuck she feel like, because that's the reality, right? That's what's happening.
But that's where it gets grave for the child because the child is getting caught up in the feelings. Okay.
Exactly.
Well,
so it might be best for men to be careful about how they treat those women, right?
Fact.
Yes. Cover your seeds up, fellas. Don't take no.
Nah, bro. It's not that, bro.
You can't have a child out of wedlock.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Coach.
You have to cover your seed up. You can't have a child out of wedlock. What are we talking about? 80% of our children are born out of wedlock, and by 21, 95% of America has had sex by age 21.
You ain't say nothing about, and it's interesting. You still ain't say nothing about not cheating.
But okay, he's already committed the act. He's cheated. Most dudes ain't go. Most people just don't cheat.
I'm asking why
the dudes that cheat, they can cheat.
Even the advice you're giving now, we'll cover your seed up. Don't have a child out of wedlock.
Yes,
but
what you can do.
He could be married, and if he still cheats, it could still go the same way. Why are you not telling men to be better people?
Yeah, you arguing from a weird point of view. It's like use another point.
Please go talk to the men and the younger man. Y'all go talk to the younger men and the younger women. Because I go to these spaces and I'm talking to these young people. And I'm talking to these younger people. The situation is already here.
Coach Ferg, we're talking to you right now.
What's the best way for a man to be accountable? Protect his seed. No babies out of wedlock.
So you just can't. The fact that you can't even acknowledge the men being better to the women and you're coaching people is a problem.
And that's why my results speak for themselves. I'll put it up against anybody on YouTube about seeing those that are in those situations coming out, not living the same lives as their parents, not become baby mamas and baby daddies, going out living their lives to their fullest and the maximus based off the fact that they understood the situation is here. What I'm saying is, yes, because I have a 22-year-old son, and I tell him every day, have a baby out of wedlock if you want to. You're going to be broke for the next 35, 40 years of your life. So he better protect his seed.
But you ain't telling him nothing about how to treat a woman right and not be a cheater.
He knows how to treat a woman right. He knows he's not doing it because all along I've been telling him, you must be a good person to everybody. It ain't just women. You must be respectful. You can't run around here with your loose seed and thinking everything gonna be okay. No. You can't do it.
But when he do get in that situation,
I'm just saying, I live the life that I'm saying. I got a son, 22 years old.
So what do you
who's
coach?
got
I don't
30-something-year-old women
listen,
trying to
just
sleep
because
with
you
them.
got a 22-year-old son don't mean shit. It's a lot of ain't shit men with sons. Oh, and they
Yeah,
create
that's a lot of ain't shit women with sons too. So what are we
okay,
talking about?
so okay, so that don't mean nothing because you got a son.
No,
So
I
what are
want to
you
know.
coaching people on?
No, I want to know when he does, if he does get in that position, what are you gonna tell him?
Wait, hold on. What
Yeah,
do
I'm gonna tell him he
you
better take care of his child.
what are you coaching people on?
Everything, life skills.
Ain't
I'm
no
in
way.
these circles with these young
Ain't no
women.
way.
All of them, ain't none of them thinking about trying to live the life that they grew up in. They all looking for their future, taking accountability for their actions.
I refuse to believe it because you won't even
You can
hold men
you can
accountable.
refuse to believe it. You can refuse to believe it.
Accountable for cheating, but you expect us to believe you're teaching people to be accountable.
No, I don't expect you to believe nothing. My retirement says what I did.
But we can move on.
I've been
Anywho,
into space.
PJ been quiet, Mo Love been quiet, Foolish Scholar been quiet. Y'all want to say anything?
This has
Spark doesn't even
been
go.
a
Oh, my
lot.
bad. Go ahead.
And I think, oh, PJ, go ahead.
And
Oh, no,
PJ,
no,
you
you all
sound
good.
low. Can you turn your volume up or something?
Nah, I just got my headphones in. This is all as I can get.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Hey, shit.
But you can go ahead, Mo Love. Ladies first.
It's pretty much what I said in the beginning because I understand the betrayal, the hurt, all those things that go along with being cheated on, right? But again, the focus is what's in the best interest of the child because the child did not cheat, the child did not betray anyone, and they start to carry the weight of the adult's mistakes, and I'm just a firm believer if that man wants to show up, kids need both parents. They need that extra love and guidance and presence that only a father can give. And if, I just hate that the child has to be weighed down because again of the mistake of the father. So I just think it's important for us to, check our emotions at the door when it comes to co-parenting. And yes, be smart. You know that this person betrayed you, so create boundaries to protect your peace. But again, still allow the father to be present in the child's life. They need their dad.
Agreed. What's up, PJ?
Yeah, so I'm pretty much on level with Mo Love. Like, yeah, so the child shouldn't be in the middle of two adults at odds with each other, right? That's how it should be. But the reality of it is, it fucking happens because people get in their goddamn fucking emotions, and that is what it is. So it's on the man to fucking make that shit right. To see the one that fucked up in the goddamn first place.
I'm sorry.
And I don't understand how niggas is missing that shit.
This is why I said earlier the women need to really, at this point, rely on each other because we're dealing with a group of men. What did I say in the first place? If you can't acknowledge a problem, you can't fix it. Like they say in rehab, and we're constantly in conversation, every panel with men who will not even acknowledge the simple truth. So that can't be the group you look to for leadership. It just can't be.
Can I address what Mel said? She said it definitely depends, Mo, if he's extremely toxic. I understand what you're saying, but it's also about presence, not perfection. None of us are perfect. If he is toxic, keep that stuff out there. I have heard of people being good parents and not so good partners. That's not to excuse the toxicity, but at some point we have to say, okay, I cannot solve every little battle. At this point, I got to work with what I have. Does my child, need the presence of his father? Is he willing to be there and, provide that support and extra stability that my child needs? Then by all means, I'm not going to rob my child of the opportunity to have a relationship with his father. And let's keep in mind, kids grow up. God always reveals everything will eventually come to the light. So wherever that father may fail, trust me, that child we will eventually see, oh, okay, my daddy, dang, maybe he was foul, or maybe mama was foul, both ways. So they grow up and they will eventually, be able to see what was right and what was wrong. But I get what you're saying.
I don't think you can be both. I don't think
Thank
you
you,
can be a
Mo.
bad partner and a good parent. I don't think so.
I think so. I've seen people have failed relationships. Like, okay, I don't know if this is a good person, but personally, I like Deion Sanders. I know he's had a few failed relationships, but he showed up for his children.
Right. And it happens more often than not.
I don't disagree. I just my issue is the men want to be able to treat the women however they want. And I think they're delusional to expect that it won't trickle into the child, because obviously that's what they're complaining about now, Mo, because 9 times out of 10 it does, right? So I agree with you. I don't think you should weaponize your children ever. But my point is, it's happening. And since men are complaining that women are abusing their power, and he introduced cheating, so I'm saying, hey, if you know these people have all the leverage, maybe you got to be careful how you treat them.
Absolutely. I agree.
But they don't want to be careful about how they treat them. They want to treat them however they want and still be met with honor and respect and consideration, which he didn't have for her.
Mo, let me ask you a question. How do you think that if a man mistreats his woman, that means he's a good parent to his kids? Because if the mother of your kids have to parent your kids and you mistreat her and it's affecting her, how does that make you a good parent as well? You're already affecting the nurturing your kids is supposed to get from the mother. So once you mistreat her and make her feel away, it's instantly affecting them.
So I think this is where we address the topic from a standpoint of the parents are already separated. The cheating has been done. So this is where we have to ask God to help me to deal with this person that I absolutely cannot stand. I don't know how to separate my emotions when I see this person. That takes time and it takes work. I'm not gonna lie. It may sound, maybe I'm making it sound like it's easy. It's not, but it's necessary for the sake of the child.
Yeah, like
I have seen men not do women right, and trust me, they will pay. God can put somebody back way better than I can. But if I know if my child wants his father around, no matter how he hurt me, I gotta go to God and ask him to help me deal with these feelings so that I don't lash out on this man and rob my child of the opportunity to have that relationship with his dad if he wants to be there. This is the biggest issue. We are stuck on our feelings alone. I'm not excusing cheating. That is a problem.
No.
And that pain, the weight of that pain is indescribable. However, we have to put our feelings aside for the sake of these children, because I understand y'all saying, well, this affects the child. This is going to hurt the child. But we have to weigh that. What's more painful? Him dealing with the pain of not being robbed of an opportunity with the other parent, or, y'all saying him seeing his mom go through or whatever. That's difficult too. But again, if that child, because the relationship is done with me and the other party, that's something now moving forward, I got to work on healing that thing, right? So that's separate from my kid. My kid wants to see his dad. I'm going to let him do that. If he's not putting him in a horrible environment, whatever he got going on, playing games, running women, that's him. But when it's your time with your child, if you're showing up, that's all I ask. What you do in your personal life, that's it. And I think that also speaks to healing. So many of us are still broken, holding on to so much pain. That's why these children are suffering too. We have to heal. We don't only hurt ourselves, it pours into the other parties as well. So as painful as it is, let that man go. He's trifling.
Yes, he's trifling.
On this baby now, how we can provide stability for the child. That's what I'm speaking towards. I understand how parents can be toxic. I get all of that. It's not okay.
Because Venus, Venus, you say it all the time. Men are weak today. Where do you think that stems from?
People like you enabling them.
No, I don't enable nobody. It's
Yes, you
the
do.
adults enabling them.
Well,
I hold them.
I didn't say that, so please don't
Yeah.
start confusing
No, I
what I'm
said it.
saying
No, he said
and
I
What
said
turning
it.
it into
what
something
enable?
else.
Yeah, what
Mo,
enables them if they don't get
Wait,
their father?
hey,
Real
Coach
quick.
Bird, wait. What you talking about, Mo? I
no,
said
she's saying don't project your individual experience. No, I'm speaking from a logical perspective, ma'am. So don't come at me sideways.
Nah.
I
All
can have
these big
my
dudes didn't
opinion
grow up with a
real
father.
quick. I can have my opinion, ma'am, and you can have yours respectfully.
Me
I
personally,
understand
Mo.
everybody won't agree with me.
Wait, can I ask a question real quick?
Me personally, Mo. I think an undisciplined man raised an undisciplined son. So if
Oh my
he
God.
is doing, bro, calm down, bro. if he's doing you wrong, your son is gonna take those traits from him
I
and
don't
be the
believe
exact.
that. I
I
believe
definitely believe that. I
bloodline
definitely
curses
believe
can
that.
be broken. It depends on your belief system too.
Okay.
My child don't have to be tied to the degeneracy of the parent. It
Thank
can
you.
happen. A lot of times it does, but the parent has to be, wise enough to see those things and to
Right.
break those things in the spirit, or absolutely they will continue. But they don't have to.
But they does. It does.
I
That's
wanna
that's an opinion.
That's not my opinion. That's facts.
say,
UV.
okay, so go ahead, foolish girl. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I came in kind of late and y'all was kind of hot and heavy. I wanted to ask like the context and kind of the reason and rationale to bring up the one example of cheating, because from what I was hearing, it sounded like two different scenarios. So I just wanted clarity on that.
Well, I was up here giving mothers advice on how to build community and uh prepare the next, because they're in charge of the next generation, basically how to be intentional on like kind of grooming them and molding their future, but also like uh becoming more involved with the school, with the PTA, just carpooling, taking turns babysitting, doing things to help each other financially, since they don't have the help from the men, the women who don't. I was suggesting they build community with each other and pool their resources and help each other lighten each other's load. I never even got to part two of my plan. Coach Ferg just wanted to bring that. I don't know why he brought that up. It had nothing to do with what I was saying, to be honest. I don't know.
Coach,
Yeah,
why did you
and
bring
I
that
don't
up?
I don't want people to think, because that's what it looks like it's turning into, that I'm excusing cheating. I'm not. I'm speaking
No.
towards, and I'm talking to the comments, not the panel. I was speaking towards moving forward in the most healthy way possible, despite the pain. That's all I
Yeah,
was.
Mo Love is saying like, okay, once it happened and the situation is what it is, what's the most productive way to move forward? Right? That's her perspective. She's
You
not saying
coach.
excuse cheating. What happened, Foolish Scholar? Go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask why did he bring it up? Because I'm kind of lost. I'm like, this is not like computing why y'all having the conversation in the first place.
Well, I was listening, right? And yes, she was talking about possibilities for women to have solutions to alleviate some of that stress, right? And the ultimate stress reliever for a child, and again, we're not talking about a large number of men that move reckless and effed up like that. Only thing I tried to bring into it is that, yes, I'm glad Mo Love said what she said, because the best equalizer to any child to be balanced, emotionally stable, self-confident is through the other parent, whether it's the father or the mother. Whichever parent is absent, it's going to demonstrate within the child's personality. So I just painted a scenario that, because I don't know if y'all grew up with mother and father in the home, but over the last 35, 40 years, we got a high percentage of children born out of wedlock. So that means people are not married, they're just having babies. So even with having a baby, and I was a shitty dude in a situational ship, I said that people just skipped over that. We're not really in a relationship, but we create this child. Do or can I still have access to my child so my child cannot go through the same things that we've seen out here? It's all I ask.
So why are you putting the woman through the same thing your mother went through?
I'm not putting the women.
And you did bring up the cheating thing too. A different.
Yes, I said okay. Yes, it's all party. We ain't really together, and most of the time, and listen, a man that's cheating on his woman and he got a child that's running and talking and singing and going to school, he ain't shit dude. He's a no shit dude. But most of the time, people are getting pregnant early in these situationships. The child is being created, and there's still no boundary set. There's no expectation set. So people go their ways. It ain't like people going through all this turmoil. If a man won't access to his child.
So you brought this scenario up based on what you said you hear today, like a lot of situationships and people having babies, right?
Yes.
So I have the same question for you again. Why didn't you approach that from a position of telling men to be better people? Why did you approach it from a position of telling women to look past any and everything a man does?
No, I'm telling you, look past what he did to you for the benefit of the child.
Right, but I'm asking you, why wasn't your position telling men to be better?
So pretty much, Coach, she's saying, why didn't you give a prescription to men that's on fuck shit to say don't cheat?
Right, but he's going to women.
I already said that she held him accountable when she left him.
God, you cannot be coaching people. This is not hard to understand.
Well, like I said, he ain't shit. You hold him accountable. You break up with him. He's gone. He's out of the picture. So if he ain't the best way for him to be a good person at that point, because I said the child is already here. We can't just throw away the child. The child is a life, is all I'm saying. Once it's already happened, I'm saying, and before that, man, yes, protect your seeds. If you're running around today, that's the only way, because we're talking about two people who are attracted to each other to the max.
The fact that
ain't none of y'all niggas turning down no coochie in y'all
20s. The fact that we've been talking to you this long and you can't even bring yourself to say the words to tell men to be better people, you should not be coaching anybody.
Hey, do you talk
I'll
to
see
men?
why y'all don't go to the kids.
Hey, wait, do you talk to men about being more disciplined?
Yes, all the time. Okay. Especially young men. Hold up, especially teenage men who are out here reckless. The young adults.
Time out, Coach. I just need a clear answer on this, right? So, do you think that cheating is wrong? Yes or no?
Yes, it's wrong. It's wrong. Of course, it's wrong. I never said it wasn't wrong. I'm saying it's already happened.
Right.
He's already cheated.
But the way you're framing it, right?
But that's the way y'all assuming.
No, wait. But the way that you're framing it leads people to assume that.
Well, people can assume anything. That's the problem.
Right.
I'm
but
saying,
that's why I asked you the question though.
But that's why I laid out the scenario.
I'm trying to understand. Like
I laid it out.
You said what?
I laid out the scenario.
Wait,
I'm talking about after they.
Wait, Coach Ferg, wait, everybody, wait. Let Foolish Scholar speak, and then you can answer, and then PJ's next, and then come back to you. Go ahead, Foolish.
Because it's like I don't like the way I heard you talk about it. I didn't think that you were okay with cheating, but it gave off that undertone, right? Because you wasn't like kind of like speaking down and disparaging the cheating, right? We understand what the mom has to do going forward, right? She understands that, right? In order for her child to grow up, right, being able to be emotionally stable. But it's like beyond that, you gotta say that it's wrong to cheat.
Cheating is foul. Cheating is fucked up.
Cool. That's it.
And when I speak to younger, I'm talking 16, 17, 18, men and women who are horny when the wind blows, both have to be responsible. I tell them, man, because one thing that's crazy is we are attracted to each other by default. We can't get around it. I don't care what you tell a man, don't have sex. I don't care what you tell a young woman, don't have sex. They're going to do it if they're attracted to that person. But you still have to be accountable if it happens. I've had 6th graders who've had children. I'm talking 6th graders. Who was telling them about not to do something? And they used to cry to me talking about how the girl wouldn't let him see his child because her mother and them said that they're going to take care of the baby themselves. Was that
You feel
kid a
like
bad
it's a good
kid?
idea. Instead of addressing the boys, you want to talk to women.
No, but again, if most men, when I have them in a group, they not even in that space. You must make better decisions. You're going to be held accountable whether you want to or not. You have to have some type of integrity. You have to have respect. You have to do those things.
Lauren, he keeps moving the conversation away from the accountability and resolution. He's moving the conversation away from accountability
for the father
and to resolution for the father. You said it perfectly, Lauren. He immediately keeps skipping to resolution for the man, but no accountability for him. And that's why.
But somebody
I think Coach Ferg, because and this go to Mo too, because me personally, I'm not the type of person that think you can be undisciplined in this area and disciplined in that area. If you're just an undisciplined person, that's just who you is. I'm saying once that situation happened, are you teaching them to be more disciplined in all areas?
We know the answer is no. He can't even say out without being forced. He can't even say cheating is wrong. So we know that.
Damn,
the chat ain't stupid. That's what Lauren is seeing it.
Black people don't listen at all.
The conversation away from the accountability.
How many times I gotta say cheating is wrong though? It's
you
crazy.
keep moving. Since you got up here, you keep talking to women on what they need to look past, and it's like pulling teeth.
I'm not even talking to women.
Yes, you were.
I just said if the child is here, would he be able to have access to his child?
All right, I don't like the obtuse shit, so I want to get PJ was next. Hold on, Santana. Go ahead, PJ.
Yeah, so for Coach Ferg, I just have a question of when does the man hold himself accountable? Because I don't agree that the woman leaving is holding him accountable. He can still go off and be a piece of shit.
What age we talking?
It don't matter. When does the man hold himself accountable?
As early as possible.
How?
Because he's going to have to get that message from other men how to be responsible.
Oh my!
He's going to have to sit down. He's going to have to have conversation.
Coaching men.
Why am I not coaching men? You're not coaching women. What are we talking about?
You're right.
I'm telling you what's happening. I'm telling you what I'm telling you what I'm experiencing from hundreds of young children in Chicago public schools. What are we talking about? That's crazy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, PJ.
No, that was it. That was just a question that I had. As far as the age range, it's your scenario, so whatever age range you deem. But that was just like my question, because that's where you're missing me at. Is like, at what point does the man hold himself accountable?
He's going to have to go through a process of getting the information. Most men are not going to just by default hold themselves accountable. Most men ain't going to turn down no coochie when it's laid out there. If a man has confidence in himself, and I don't know if y'all ever had it, but tell me how many times y'all walked away from it in y'all face.
No, we are not going to let.
But you gotta help. But
wait,
what I'm saying
is, we are not going to let you deflect. His question was very simple. At what point does the man hold himself accountable? Can you please answer that question?
As early as possible. Either before or after. He's going to have to do it at some point. Because like I said, once the child is here, by default, he's going to be held accountable. By default, he ain't going to be.
Hold himself.
Whenever he decides to.
What does that look like?
Because not every man is going to do it at the earliest age possible.
What does that look like?
It looks like wearing a condom every time you get ready to smash somebody. And turning down women, even that's going to be the hardest part for men. I challenge any man to turn it down when it's in your face. If men are sitting out here talking about they barely getting any, these men ain't going to hold themselves accountable to after the fact. Wear a condom. You can't rely on her to have a female contraceptive. No, wear your condom. Hold yourself accountable. That's the only way. Y'all can't tell me y'all ain't out here.
Hey, Coach, my question is kind of what PJ and Venus is saying, but it's like if you saying you coach guys, And can you coach accountability and say what that looks like? Like, how is a person supposed to hold themselves accountable in that situation?
You're gonna make better
You saying like,
decisions.
oh, you're saying like, oh yeah, he got to learn early, okay? But I'm saying, what does that look like?
You again in those conversations, you're gonna in holding yourself accountable. You have to make better decisions. You have to decipher which more is important: my life and my future, or being under control of somebody else. Because it ain't just a woman you're dealing with; you're dealing with a white man too. And a lot of brothers don't get that information until it's too late.
All right.
So
to that,
I'm saying for young men, listen, for young men, like I tell the men all the time, you have to have some accountability. What does that look like? You got to make better decisions. What does that look like? Think before you act. Most guys react. They don't think, they just react to it. Step out of your feelings. A man moving into feelings in his world, he's just a man moving. He ain't going nowhere. And
All
you
right.
can't move in life in feelings. You have to look at things for what they are. If that woman is in your face, you have to make a decision to walk away. 9 times out of 10, ain't nobody walking away. Because by age 21, 95% of America has already had sex at some point.
All right.
Wear a
Coach,
condom.
to that point, right? At what age do you think that guys typically start taking self-inventory and start taking accountability?
I don't know. For black men, it's different. I would say typically around 35.
Oh shit!
Because
you-
hold on.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Who are you coaching? What age group are you coaching?
Teenagers, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Everybody at the height of their sexual peak, and I'm talking men and women.
You keep on talking about sex. It's weird.
No,
Nobody
but that's
asking
what
about
they.
sex right now. I asked you what age are you coaching? Because he said, at what age do you think men hold themselves? You said black men 35 is when
Yeah.
they start holding themselves accountable. But
Yeah.
you're coaching teenagers.
Exactly.
And they're still taking to be 35 to hold themselves accountable.
The man that don't get the message when they figuring out on their own.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm listening to your message, and this is the problem. This is the
Because
problem.
we've already been out here in these streets and
No,
YouTube.
it's
Everybody on
no, it's
YouTube has already
because
been out here.
it's because you've been asked 3 different ways on what it looks like for a man to hold himself accountable, and you, coach, have not been able to answer yourself. So how are you teaching anybody else?
Hold himself accountable in what? When it comes to who? The women or just themselves? Again, a man,
This
you
shit's sad.
single, you
This is
young, you
sad.
work out, you be in better shape. It shouldn't be no fat single dudes running around. I don't believe in that. You should work on your emotional stability. You have to go to other men and talk your feelings out. Deal with truth and logic. And how does that happen? You're gonna have to go through some things. For every man, it's different. For every man is different. We can't say men are weak, but most men didn't grow up with a father. So how they gonna figure it out? They're gonna have to figure it out by going to where men are that's gonna hold them accountable. What does that look like? It's different for every man.
It's supposed to look like you if you're calling yourself their coach. So if you're saying you're the coach, but we're asking you, okay, you coach young men, what does it look like for a man to hold himself accountable? And you're having a very hard time answering that question.
I think you did say think before you act, but in the same time, I think it's like best for a man.
So what do you deem as men holding themselves accountable?
I think a man.
Since I don't know, what do y'all know?
I think a man got to be to himself, man. He can't be
to himself.
I think that's holding yourself accountable in those type of relationships. You definitely got to be by yourself.
PJ, what is that? PJ, what does that look like?
PJ, go ahead.
Most
I
men
got it. Okay, so what I would do if I cheated on my woman and she left me, I would legit take some time to sit and reflect and be like, damn, I fucked up. I need to make this shit right. I would figure out what the fuck made me cheat in the first place and come up with ways that I can be like more disciplined in my body, pray about it, whatever the fuck. And then I would call my woman up, be like, yo, we got to talk. I would apologize to her and make her feelings feel validated and let her know like, hey, I fucked up. I'm not the perfect person. The reason I cheated was because of like whatever reason. How can we move forward from here? Because we both have a child together and I don't want us to have a fucking broken family.
Wow.
That's
She don't
why.
want to be with you.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But
She don't
you
wanna be.
know, nah, this shit really not funny to me. You are the type of man that people are sending
Don't
their
make
kids.
assumptions. Hold on. Don't make
Go,
assumptions about me
you the type of man. No, it ain't no assumption. We just asked you
because you the type
25,000
of
ways.
woman.
We just asked
But she
you
still has the power,
25,000.
like you said. So
We just asked you 25,000 ways. How does a man hold himself accountable? And you coach young men, and you can't even answer that question. That's sad.
he just said after he's already committed the act, he's going to apologize. He's already apologized. She's going to hold him accountable because she still don't want to deal with his ass.
Oh
So
my
somebody said, go off to
God.
yourself.
Yo,
Yes.
ladies, please listen.
Yeah, y'all
This
better get
is
y'all
why the
son together.
men are
Yeah.
so weak today.
Yeah, man, you
Yeah.
saying her holding him accountable. They said he
Wait,
holding
yeah,
himself
you see
accountable.
how he keeps going to the woman. Well, she's already, he keeps defaulting to woman. Any man, women who you ask him about him and his answers keep defaulting to women shows you the type of person he is. Lacks identity, does not think for himself. Why are you defaulting to women? We asking you about you.
Damn. You're not asking about me because I've always held myself accountable.
You don't even know how to describe it.
I'm not, because again, he's already talking about after the act. You're going to have to talk to somebody. How many of y'all go to therapy when you do some dumb shit? None of you. Because you holding yourself accountable by moving different the next time
This
around.
is so sad to me.
What are we talking about? We talking about the strongest of us struggling to be together.
Yo, coach. Question for you. So when you mentoring, coaching the age group that you mentor, like what type of conversations do you have? Give me an example of like a conversation you've had with a young person in regards to accountability.
Okay, so first of all, I got 5 values that I go through: accountability, integrity, positive anger management, positive anger management, visionary goal setting, and respect for womanhood.
Wait. Accountability is number 1 on your list?
And it's the second one because integrity's first.
God.
Accountability is number 2.
Wait, say
All
the
right.
5 one more time. I'm sorry. One more time.
Integrity, accountability, positive anger expression, visionary goal setting, and respect for womanhood.
Oh my God.
And when we sit around in those circles and young men get to talking about how they have similar experiences and they talk about how things they did and they wish they could take back, that's when you start getting a breakthrough. Most men ain't having those conversations today. They're just going in their little shelter and then they don't really learn from it. So
Okay, so what's the conversation you're having with them about accountability? What are you saying to them?
first of all, we're going to look at, I bring up the definition. And there's going to be always 2 forms of accountability. You're going to hold yourself accountable. How? You're going to have to go back and retrace your steps and see where you may have went wrong. And once you realize you went wrong, acknowledge that you went wrong. And once you acknowledge that you went wrong, if you have to go apologize to somebody, go apologize. It ain't for them, it's for you. Go apologize. And then it's a practice. It ain't something you have to talk about all the time. When you face with situations going forward, you have to make better decisions. You have to think logically. Don't get caught up in your feelings. Like most men today, they moving in their feelings and they wonder why they can't get the woman because a woman don't like an emotional man. What are we talking about?
This is insane. Okay.
What do you think are some of the barriers that prevent some young men from being accountable, in your opinion?
It's all learned behavior. Most of it's learned behavior. You see what relatives do, you see what people do in the community, and you don't want to be an oddball. You don't want to look different. You don't want a lot of people are fear is a part of it because they're afraid that they'll be ostracized, which is always happened in our community. So a lot of people just conform to the situation. And one of the greatest competent builders and courage builders of any man by default would be his own father. Most guys don't even play football. They
Wait, did you
weak. They
answer the
scared.
question though?
I don't know. I don't know if I ever did the way, but when you having those conversations with young men, you have to mind those things out.
But you said you've been talking to them for years. So he asked
Exactly.
you what are some of the barriers that they run into that
I
keeps
just
them
laid them out.
So I ain't gonna lie. He
Peer
answered-
pressure. What are you talking about? I just laid them out.
maybe I didn't get it. I don't know.
So pretty much what he's saying is the learned behavior that they've seen through their socialization, whether that be their parents, their peer group, whatever, society, like them getting out of those mindsets and that mentality of being different. All right, yeah, that's wrong. Is it really wrong? I just saw my mom do that. I just saw my cousin do that. I just saw my bro do that. Like, is it really wrong? Like them getting out of that mindset. So he answered my question, and I can kind of understand where he's coming from because I've coached this age group as well. And you kind of do got to let them talk a little bit and then mine it out and see where they are specifically. Because this type of thing, you can't give like a general prescription. It got to be personalized because everybody doesn't have the same barriers.
No, I understand that. But if you asked me, and this is my profession, I would easily be able to come up with 10 things off the top of my head to just tell you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
People for years, so I could just give you the 10 most common things I hear.
Right, but I think about sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think about everything contextually, and you probably thinking about it contextually as well. So like, what's the example, right? What are we actually talking about? Because it's like if I just give a general prescription, it's like, all right, typically with this situation, I say this, right? That's not going to be as defined if the situation is more nuanced, and sometimes it's like you kind of do.
You're talking as if he's coaching. I'm talking about this conversation with a stranger who just said, what are some of the barriers? It's very simple. What are some of them?
Right, but that would be
individual prescriptions.
That would be in the general sense, right? Like what are the barriers?
That was
right?
a general question. Yeah.
Right.
I laid out some of the barriers. Some of the major barriers in young people is peer pressure. Your friends trying to influence you to do things that's not really your character. We look at other family members. A family member, who's the first person that got you high? Was it your uncle, your auntie, turned you on to your first drink? Was it somebody in your family that put you on the booze? They got you into the gang banging? That's what I'm saying. It's all learned behavior. So those are some of the major barriers in inner city youth. They have to travel through gang-infested neighborhoods. So
that's what I heard. I'm like, that's valid, at least from my opinion. In my opinion,
okay, I guess. I wanted to answer the question too, just for the people listening, about what self-accountability looks like. For whatever reason, most of the men in our community are allergic to. They cannot describe. They don't want to acknowledge. It's going to go back to women. When you hold yourself accountable, you're honest with yourself. You do not shift blame. You don't blame other people. You take responsibility for whatever you did, and you alone. There is no blaming. Okay? You do, if you can, try and go reconcile with a person, even if they don't want to get back with you, whatever it is. But if you can, go show some type of acknowledgement of what you did. And the part I think everybody left out after the fact was changed behavior. So if I'm like the PJ example, oh, I apologize to this man because I cheated and I'm trying to make it work. If he actually takes me back, that also means changing my behavior, not just apologizing, but actually changing too. So that's just my answer on what self-accountability looks like, because no one around here seems to have none. But I digress. But the coach should have been able to tell us that. But I'm gonna let it go.
Why should I be able to tell you that? Because guess what?
You calling yourself a coach. But
yes,
you can't,
and I put my skills up against you and anybody else that would want to put a group of young people.
You could not explain
because again, for every person is going to be different. And yes, that's why you.
What I just said
can be applied to
anybody. What I just said can be applied to anyone.
Yes, but it sounds good on theory, but you have to actually have those conversations with those young people, because a lot of them are already set. They'll tell you, man, this is who I am. Okay, let's talk about it. What got you to this space?
That has
Oh
nothing
man,
to do with taking accountability for self.
decision making is one of the biggest things. That's the first thing. Your decision making.
Oh man.
If
Is
you're
this a
making bad
board?
decisions, you can't take
Right,
accountability.
Norman, why are we talking about a specific scenario and we're talking to the general public? I don't understand.
Yeah, decision making for the general public. Most people make bad decisions until the bad decision come back to bite them in the butt. Now, that's the thing. Nobody's having the conversations before these things happen.
What type of practices do you do to stay current in your fields?
Same practices everybody else do.
So none. Okay.
Same practices. That's why I've been doing it for 20-some years.
That's why I'm finding so much flaw in your advice.
That's why I have success.
It's like, what are you talking about? Like
I said, for 40-some-year-olds, yes, it seems flawed. But to a 16,
I'm not in
17-year-old,
my 40s.
I'm not saying you. Listen, I'm saying general.
Everybody on here.
For general, for somebody who ain't got down that walk of life, somebody who ain't never been told that they can do it, and they are somebody and they are worthy. Yeah, you got to have those tough conversations. And not a lot of people are not built for that. That's why they don't go into the schools to help these young people.
Listen, women, y'all gotta vet out these people who teaching y'all kids. That's what I'm gonna say. Because
vet me out. Watch your kid go from D's to A's, from 200 pounds to 160 pounds.
Maybe
doing
you
5 push-ups to 70 push-ups.
Maybe you good at the fitness stuff.
I ain't good at the fitness. Well, I'm good at that too.
When it comes to personal development, that's why I asked you, like, what are you coaching them on?
Personal development. That's what it is.
Ain't no way.
And again, I'll put my skills up against anybody on YouTube when it comes to working with young people. Adults, shit, ain't nobody trying to change. They are who they are until they get slapped in the face. Like I said, 35 years old, everybody wakes up. But I'm telling them, start early. Move opposite of what you've seen in your neighborhood, your family. You have to do, especially a man. You can't stand in the same spaces and say, I want better. No, you got to put in the work.
Yes, PJ. PJ said, why the kids got to have D's and be 200 pounds off rip? All of your perspectives are coming out of negativity.
Come on, man. Hold on. Is the truth negative or is the truth?
Now, if you're a coach, it shouldn't matter.
Come on, man. I'm not telling the kid you 200 pounds. He walk up on me, he's 200 pounds.
Nah, but that's the example that you gave. If you're a coach,
I can teach a kid to run over any adult in football. If I had a kid,
understand.
You're the most talkingest nigga ever, dog.
If I had a kid in front of you, he'll run your ass over.
Goddamn thing you say. You are
he'll run your ass over.
Mindset, bro.
I would show a kid to run you over.
I understand what he's saying, because there is a lot of kids out here that's not read on their grade level, and it is.
What you mean? We ain't understood shit this nigga said. You can't even talk about self accountability.
Right?
No, we not talking about that. Nothing bad, bro.
We
I'm talking about what
shit this
I'm saying. What
said.
you just. I'm saying what you just.
These kids ain't got a chance.
I'm saying.
Wait. So you said football. So do you teach self-development? Do you teach education, or do you teach sports?
I work in the school, and I can tell you the schools I worked in. Or high school on the west side of Chicago, Bogan High School, Parker Elementary School. What else? Indianapolis, George Washington High School.
What you
and
coach.
Again, I coach football and basketball. As a matter of fact, and I'm gonna keep you informed, I start coaching girls basketball next Tuesday.
Wait, but wait. So why did you just mention taking them from D's to A's? If you teach sports, you have nothing to do with their academics.
Yes, I do. What are you talking about? They can't play if they're not eligible. You have to be above C average.
He did say he teach personal development too.
I do it as an individual and groups. I do a lot of groups. And when these kids, young people get to talking, a lot of them have a lot of things in common. When you tell them to read, they shy away from it.
I appreciate that from you, man. That's real, man. I like that about you. Because you definitely in the community. You hands on. I like that about you.
And let me say this, I don't ever, and again, I speak to adults. I never come to a child speaking to what they can't do. They already know what they can't do. They've been told by everybody that they ain't shit, that they dumb, that they fat, that they this. Okay, young man, how we gonna change? You can always change these circumstances when it comes to your academics and your physical fitness. Let's work out a little bit. 10 push-ups. When I was coming up, every boy and the girls could do 10 push-ups. Today, people are a little lazy. I understand. However, when they get that confidence, when I tell them that they can do it, when I tell them write me a poem because they can write, when I tell them write that song, when I tell them act that stuff out, when they start seeing that confidence in themselves, everything changes. They lose weight, their grades go from D's to A's, they showing up in school every day, their relationships are better with their parents. So I don't know. Y'all show up at the school and y'all see.
Nah, yeah, I respect that from you.
I love women.
That's
I'm
good
married.
business.
I got a successful marriage. What are you talking about?
You must have cheated on her a lot of times.
Never cheated. You must have been cheated on a lot of times, right?
Yeah, you came up here and brought the cheating stuff and was arguing for an hour about.
I was bringing a scenario about the child. The most important thing is the child. The child is in the middle of our foolishness. I already said,
You a
I'm a
whole
no
married
good dude.
man. Why you didn't say the most important thing is the family? Because you want to be a defender.
People are saying they don't want to be married.
So what? Ain't you the coach? Shouldn't you be speaking to what it should be?
And why would I tell a 14-year-old you should be thinking about getting married? No, think about finding out who you are first. And if you want to get married, make sure you're in a mind state where you find a woman.
You coach people up to 25 years old.
I coach people up to 65 years old.
Okay, so then why you can't talk about marriage and family to them?
Because you got to deal with the nonsense first. It may take a year or two, maybe 3 years sometime for people to get out of their selfish understanding of life so they can open up and realize everybody ain't bad. Everybody ain't out to get you. Everybody ain't going to mistreat you. There are good people out there. You just have to be willing and strong enough to find them.
No, I get what you're saying, bro.
Well,
I don't. He said up here talking about I take him from D's to A's. He does not.
I like it. Yes. They come in with
he doesn't do anything. You just say, oh, if you want to play, you got to meet certain standards. But you're
just
not
be listening to pieces of stuff. I see why. I said when kids come, they already in these sunken spaces. That's how it is when you working in social work. You get the kid at the worst. They're gonna have a whole report on what's wrong with the kid. You just gotta mind those things out one at a time. And when I get that list, I throw that shit away. Man, they're saying that's who you are, but that ain't you. So what we gonna do about it? Yeah, you can cry today, cry tomorrow. But when you come back, you still gotta get better and stronger. And it may take some time. I don't expect this stuff to happen in a few weeks. It might take a whole school year. But when the kid get that first C, it's a whole different child after that. When that young girl relationship and her mom is getting better, it's a whole different child after that. So yeah, I'm talking about where they come at. You ask anybody working in social service, you get the kid at the lowest point.
Wait, you're confusing me because your profession keeps hopping around.
But I've done this. I've done it. Yes. Yes, so I've coached 35 years. I coached basketball and football.
Are you talking about tutoring and social services?
Because that's part of it. Tutoring is part of coaching.
So all of the kids on your team are just all of these like dysfunctional kids who are failing?
No, it's more. I just gave 2 examples. A lot of young folk now, and I ain't talking about just kids. I'm talking about all the way high school in their 20s. Their self-esteem is already shot. The self-esteem is shot. That's the one thing you got to mine out. It takes time for that. There's no one solution. Yes, you can have confidence, you can make better decisions, but every time they go back home, every time they go back to the community, they face with the same people who's telling them, man, you ain't got to do that. Man, you don't do that. Why you want to be a lame? Only lames are smart. No, that's something you got to, it's a confidence builder. It takes time. But a lot of people are not willing to go into that space with those young minds. And when they break through, that's some of the most rewarding things you can ever ask for.
Okay. Did anybody else want to say something?
No, like I said, I respect what you're doing, Coach. I don't know too much about the relationship you thing, but being there for the kids, man, that's big, man. Because it's a lot of broken kids out here, man. Kids not reading on they grade level, and they obese. So, man, you helping them in a lot of good areas, man. I respect that, man. Flowers to you.
No, man. And I'm not speaking, and I'm not trying to, what it is, I just look at things in a reality. What they coming at me, this is where you are. You're in a dark place, yes. The world has told you ain't shit. So now I got to spend months trying to get them to a headspace to where, you know what? I am somebody. I can do this.
Right,
am
more like he's
capable.
not slick. She said what he's saying makes sense in general, but not the topic and not the scenario he brought up. And that's fine. I don't want to go in circles, but I'm glad somebody see why I'm just annoyed at this whole thing.
Lauren, you better go to the kids. Y'all better go to the young folk, is all I gotta
Took
say.
us off our whole course to do all of this obtuse, going in a circle,
Y'all don't go to
braggadocious.
the kids. The
thing to
hell with
do.
the kids is what they say.
And so I don't know. DS1, you still here?
Mm-hmm.
I am, bro.
Do you have anything to say? I'm gonna end the show soon. I just wanted to hear more from I want you to talk, Santana. Everybody will go around again because I just want to make sure everybody gets to say what they want to say. I'll do part 2 probably tomorrow, women, where I'll get into the actual layout of my plan for you all because I never got to get there. What's up, DS1?
Nothing. It's just this these circular conversations, man. Just it gets nowhere. It gets nowhere. Like the show was totally derailed with some bullshit, So it's all good though. I came up here to just chime in on that little bit of it, but all this other shit, man, all this manosphere talk, this shit ain't doing nothing, bro. And I'm tired of having these conversations with these manospherian niggas that it's just a waste of time because it's a bunch of fake shit that doesn't go anywhere. It's just nasty, man. And it make black men look bad, man. It make a lot of us look bad, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, man, that, in 2025, we still having these remedial conversations. Like, come on now. Men need to focus on being better men. Women need to focus on being better women. That's where it goes, and that's where it need to stay at. All this derailing and making up shit and coming up with these manosphere talking points, man. This shit is exhausting and is annoying to me because I've heard all of these talking points. I've heard it all before. I've been in this space for years. Come on, man. We all know it's fake. We all know it's cap. We know that a lot of these guys that come up here and try to act like they stood for something, they never stand for shit. We know this already, especially me, because I've been around and I do content. So I know. And this same type of talk is why I had a problem with the black manosphere. It's the same bullshit. Because at the end of the day, none of this conversation is helping men. Men ain't being helped by being told, yeah, just keep smashing whoever you want to smash, just put on a condom. Come on, bro. Come on, man. We acting like condoms don't break. It's just remedial. It's just remedial. It's time for men, especially black men, and all the things that's going on in the world right now. We need to be having a real conversation, and a conversation that has leveled up past what a woman gonna allow me to do and what she ain't gonna allow me to do. Come on, bro. Come on, man. So that's all I gotta say, Venus. Shout out to you. Everybody have a good night, man. Peace.
Thank you for coming up and congratulations. I heard you say you have a new baby. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he 9 months.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Oh yeah, and it's by a black woman too, and she dark skin.
Okay, good. Because we was about to put you on the hit list. All right, just make sure keep it black. Coach Ferg, look, Freezy sent a super chat. He said, Coach, we need more 2-parent healthy households. How do you train young men to be good husbands?
That's a good question. Because again, if I'm talking to just a group of young men, I definitely hone in on them understanding who they are to be a type of husband, and maybe something down the line, because most are already saying, based on what they're seeing, they don't want that. They don't want to get married. So again, it's about their character, making better decisions, being more self-aware about how you choose your friends, because your friends can take your dreams right out from up under you. If you have to separate yourself from them, you have to be strong enough to do it. And if you want a healthy family, then you sort of, as we all know, you sort of have to align yourself with those type of people. Go to people outside of your comfort zone who could give you the best unsolicited advice. And it takes time. And again, if I'm catching them at 15, 16, I'm just telling them make better decisions with their own body. Don't put themselves in a position where the woman has control. And that's by having a baby out of wedlock, because the woman has all the control. And again, it takes two. So the man will get it. But again, it takes two. We marry who we like in our own culture. So
the interesting thing about your answer is you didn't name one thing about women, right? And they're going to marry a woman. So he asked you, how do you train young men to be good husbands? And you didn't. And you are a husband.
Exactly. Being accountable. Having integrity. Having respect for womanhood.
Okay. Oh, I actually got a couple of super chats. I'm going to read them real quick. Santana, did you want to say something?
This is my first time up here. I love the show. Anything to bring Black people back together. Like I say, I respect what you're doing, Coach. Keep doing it. We need more people like you out here in the community. But I love the show. Hopefully you have me back. I know I started off rocky with the walking away from your kid thing, but again, hopefully you have me back.
No, you're welcome to come back. Thank you for coming. Thank you. I appreciate it. PJ, maybe I didn't hear that. You said he said not letting the women have the power is what you what you wrote, PJ?
Yeah, pretty much. I heard that loud and clear.
Yeah, because it's already been said.
Oh, so Coach Ferg, let me say this. I'm happy you came to my channel, but you should know this is not a manosphere talking point friendly environment.
I don't even know manosphere.
I personally pride myself on critical thinking, right? That's why I kind of hit you with those questions on purpose, because I'm trying to see like how much thought is being put into these things you're saying, right? Because it's easy to name off like a lot of men, and I'm not saying you do this, but a lot of men on the shows, they say like good answers, right? Like they'll say, yeah, integrity, honor, accountability. And then whenever you go, well, what does that look like? They can't really answer the question. Right. And so unfortunately, that's why I was asking you, well, what does that look like? You're a coach, but you can't even tell us what self-accountability looks like, man. What do you teach the young men?
Nothing.
I'm not saying you're not teaching nothing. I think you're probably a great fitness coach, but you said you teach self-development. But you're talking to someone, all I do is read self-development books. So I'm asking, and I'm listening for key things that most of them all teach, and you ain't saying them.
Because so I got boots on the ground. See, it's one thing.
That should be easier for you because I'm just reading, but you got real life experience.
but it ain't easy for y'all to hear it because you can read those books just like everybody that goes to study sociology. You can read that shit, but when you get out there with them youth and them young people are looking for you to give them an answer for they can be better, you're going to have to mind that stuff out. Yes, you have to be accountable. Again, you got to take accountability for your own actions, whatever that is.
When we asked you what it looked like, you couldn't tell us.
Venus, do you think self-development is the same for men and women?
Yes.
Apparently they do, but it's not.
How is it different? Wait, please, I want Coach Ferg to answer. How is it different, Coach Ferg?
Because a man, right, by default, here's the catch-22 for a lot of men, and tell me if I'm wrong, man. It's a new age man. When it comes to the time of dating age, we think outside of our typical normal brain. We so wound up in women that we forget everything else. We can talk tough, but if the woman come along, all that's out the door if we like her. And that's the tricky part because you still have to be.
Santana, ask your question one more time.
What I asked was, is self-development the same for men and women?
Mm-hmm. My answer was yes, for the most part. Like self-development is not going to be same for women and women and men, but there are core things, right? That we all have to understand. Like we all should work on being, like, let's say, honest people, respectful people, people of integrity, people who I'm a person of my word, right? I reciprocate well, right? I'm constantly improving my communication. Is there anything that I named that wouldn't be beneficial to a man if he did it too?
It can be.
No, it's a simple yes or no. If I say, okay, self-development, I'm working on self-awareness, I'm working on my communication skills, I'm working on being a person who commits to my words, right? I'm a person of my word. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm making my business to do it. I'm honest, and I'm working on my health and fitness. Let's just say those are my 5 things in self-development. Did I name anything that will not benefit a man if he did those exact same things?
No, you didn't. But
That's
it's so crazy. It's so crazy because I think us men, we have to go through things to get to that point.
No. Let's not brush past what I said, because you tried to separate men and women when, yeah, there are going to be certain details that are different, but no, it's not that different. If a person of a certain character, like good character, there are certain key core tenets they're going to have as a person, usually. And the problem is because when I ask men, that's all I'm talking to on here, questions like this, you all have a very hard time answering them. And that speaks to why, one of the reasons why the community is in shambles. One of the reasons why the women do not respect the men.
Well, one of the things that I think that's key for self-development for men is discipline, and you didn't name that. That's why I think it could be different in certain areas.
So no, here's where you're wrong. Okay, you named it and you're a man. Will it not be beneficial for me as a woman to have discipline? It would, right? Anything that you name is going to be beneficial for both genders.
Yes. No discipline.
So the answer is no, it's not different. Being disciplined with anything you name. That's why the self-development books are not gender neutral. I mean, they are gender neutral. They're not like this is for only for men. No, they're gender neutral for a reason, because these are just character traits.
I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think women, you look at that as discipline as a trait that they use, discipline as a trait that they use as self-development. I could be wrong. You could correct me.
You're definitely wrong.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying every woman's doing that, because when people, I believe self-development is a lifelong journey, and people can only focus on so many things at a time, right? So in certain parts of your life, you might be working on one thing, in another part of your life, you might be working on another thing. But I think there are like core things that most people, if they're focused on self-development, they're not going to be too many differences. Now, how that shows up might be different, right? The woman might want to be more disciplined with her diet and exercise. The man might want to be, he might be good with diet and exercise, but he needs to focus on his sexual discipline, right? Like, so yeah,
Yeah.
it might be different, but like the principles involved in self-development are going to be beneficial for both men and women.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, Lauren said y'all want to be nuanced before the basic stuff is mined out. And that's my issue. This is an issue for me as a woman. If I'm asking men, what does self-accountability look like? And they can't plainly lay it out for me. Or if I'm talking about self-development to men and you're looking for nuance before you acknowledge like just the basic core things. I think this is good representation of like why the men and women right now are missing each other. So I'm just looking at like the way things are being looked at. What happened, Foolish Scholar? You got something you want to say something? I see you writing in the chat.
No, not really. I don't feel like talking in circles, but I get what you're saying.
Nah, because you was in the chat saying we're being obtuse.
I mean, from my perspective, but I also understood that he wasn't on topic, so I'll refrain from saying anything. Because technically I'll be wrong in that because he wasn't on topic.
Okay. Mo Love, my sister. You have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I think this topics have been really good. There are so many things to address, like the cheating, the accountability, single motherhood. It's just a lot. But I guess I would say, so many of us, well, all of us at some point, we feel like we have all the answers, because we may have become better in a lot of areas. But I also think we forget at some point we were lost. It was us that was hurting or making foolish mistakes, even if the mistakes we discussed may not have been, yours or mine. But when it comes to growth, real growth isn't about, I guess, always, looking down on other people. It's about truly following God's plan. It's about humility. And the biggest for me is leading with love. And I am an example, and I have seen even people in this space of how God can take someone's mess and their pain and their failures and turn them into purpose. So I just say, let your past not cause you to be bitter, but let it teach you. Use your past mistakes to lift others and show what redemption really can look like, And when it comes to being better, it's not just about saying you change. It's about how you live. It's about how you love and how you let God shine through your life. Those are my thoughts.
Beautiful words. I love you, Mo. That's
I love you too.
Don't be a stranger, okay? I want you to come back more, like when you can.
Of course. You said tomorrow, right?
Maybe like 80%. My schedule's kind of,
daytime.
I'll text you.
Okay, cool. All right, love y'all. I'm gonna drop now.
All right, bye, boo.
All right, bye.
Okay, I got her some super chats.
question. Okay, but it's fine.
Was that skipping on you guys' end, or is it just me?
No, it was fine.
Oh, okay. I cut it off soon because it was like
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Okay, thank you, Brandon, for the $2. He says Mo love that was perfectly said. We love Mo. She's such a sweetheart. Mo, thank you for the $5. She said love for the show and Venus. Please support the host. Thank you, Lauren, for the $20. She says men sound like the women they complain about. Y'all can't be serious. You, Coach Ferg, when she said that.
I don't complain about women.
No, she said y'all sound like the women, like the like the way we can men say women don't know how to communicate well.
Facts.
I
Yeah,
know.
I know what she's saying. I see what she's saying.
Okay. Thank you, Freezy, for the $5. I read this when he said train young men. Okay, and then I think there was one more. Thank you, Freezy, again for the $5. He said no God, no laws, no commandment, no order. Just make good decision, have confidence, and be great.
Mm.
No captivity. Yeah, I like that.
But again, that confidence has to be built. That's a process for a lot of people. A lot of people are just not moving in the world with confidence, and we're starting to see it. People are giving up. I'm saying don't ever give up. Ever. So
we in agreement with that part, but
I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in the Bible?
I don't believe in people giving up.
Oh, okay.
I believe in walking the Bible. I can read it, but I try to put my feet on the ground to help those who need the help. And I don't see a lot of Black people, men or women, in those spaces where they need the help.
Fact.
So,
That's why I always just try to show my respect right here, because it definitely is not a lot of people out there like that.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. I think you definitely should be acknowledged for even showing up and trying to work with the kids. So I do want to acknowledge you for that.
I mean, I know, what, I'll say this, and this will be my last word. I understand, sometimes, and me, I don't know nothing about no spheres or nothing. YouTube is relatively new to me. And what I've learned just based off my experience is, again, like I said this earlier, a lot of people on YouTube have already been walked through life. We've had some good, we had some ugly, and people have no problem expressing the ugly part of their life. They very seldom speak of anything good that happened to them before they got to this space. So only thing I'm saying is, once you realize that as a man or a woman, you have to be willing to move differently. Whatever that is for you. Get away from your slow ass friends, your friend telling you that your dreams ain't gonna come true. Hurt people. And when you realize that, unfortunately, that's why I said about 35, most people show up to life at 35 and they wonder why life is shitty, because you spent 20 years sitting around not doing nothing about yourself to be better. When you get to that point, you have to be different. And being a basketball coach that's minimal to showing up at those schools, is all I'm saying.
I don't know what Free's talking about. He talking about we got to do more than that. It's like, dude,
I've been coaching basketball and football for 35 years.
Dude did say he doing more than that. I don't know what else they want from me, bro.
No, you missing his point. It's like, when it comes to sports, we'll find
sports is men
who will. You said sports is men?
No, he said Black men always show up to coach football and basketball. Yeah, it's got to be more than and that's what I'm saying. Brothers don't show up.
That's what he been saying that the whole time.
Brothers don't show up.
He teach personal development. I don't know what else.
I'm in the schools.
Wait, hold on, because I'm talking to Santana, because y'all's making two different arguments. Santana, what Freezy is saying is predominantly, well, he wants the link now, so he'll tell you himself. I don't have to tell you.
No cap. I like that, bro. I'll be watching his show too.
I guess we ain't ending the show right now. Freezy's coming. I love Freezy. That's my brother.
Freeze be on point, man. He don't know me by Santana. He know me by Chicago.
Chicago. You from Chicago?
Yeah, Southside.
Oh man, I can still got property in Pullman.
You a gangster?
You nobody no
I
gangster in Chicago.
I'm
How
actually,
you gonna label?
I'm actually a
You
married
said ain't
man.
nobody a gangster in Chicago. Are you crazy?
I'm just saying, how you gonna label him a gangster because that's where he from? It's crazy.
Well,
That's
how
what
you
they
gonna
think
say
about
nobody
Chicago,
a
bro.
gangster? in
I got
Because I
Chicago?
property
think
in
it's
Chicago.
I think it's important what Ferg's doing because
You
like
don't
that
even know
man,
him. He could be a gangster though. That's the thing.
I wish I
hey man,
was.
nah, I'm saying that's why I respect.
I'm
I,
talking to Santana.
now that's I'm saying no, that's why I respect what Ferg doing
Oh,
because
you
it's like
can.
because it's a lot of kids actually out here dying. It was just 11-year-old that just got killed earlier by the police. So it's like I respect any man out here in the community still doing being there for the kids. Man.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Freezy's up here, and I just want to know who's this other person. Betterment of Black women. Can you say something?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just discovered your channel right now. I want to know more about your channel, what kind of channel,
Mm-mm,
and what kind of target audience you are targeting.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
Coach Ferg, why you always ad libbing? Gosh. Kind of in the middle of a conversation. But yeah, I definitely want to target women, Black women specifically. You know, all women, but Black women are my main focus.
Oh, okay.
Uh, what demographic are you?
I'm a Black American woman. I
Mhm.
also have a channel as well. It's the same thing as my name, Betterment of Black Women. And
Mhm.
my channel is target to Black women, but other races of women are welcome as well.
Mhm.
I don't discriminate, but my audience is basically Black women because that's
You
what
say
my channel is geared towards.
you say you're a Black American woman. You sound like you
Yes.
have an accent. Is your family from somewhere else?
No,
Hmm.
I was born here in Los Angeles. My mom was born in Boston. My dad is from Colorado. His mom was born in Texas, and his dad was born in Oklahoma.
Okay.
She
Yeah.
just went down a
Okay. You want to hang out because we're kind of in the middle of something.
Oh
We can.
yeah, I can listen for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. You don't have to drop, but I know Freezy came to address something. Go ahead, Freezy.
You see my
Yeah.
avatar?
No, I don't see it. I was gonna say you don't even see. You don't even
I
see.
don't know why
I
my
see your.
avatars. I don't know what's going on, but now I just came up to clear up. I wasn't talking down. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Just
wasn't
can't see you.
talking down on Coach Ferg and what he does. Me and Coach Ferg have had several conversations in the
Yeah.
past. But I know Coach Ferg is predominantly sports oriented when he's dealing with a lot of these boys. And
No.
a lot of these kids, especially in urban neighborhoods, most of the way older men are willing to work with these kids is if these boys want to play football or basketball or something like that, right? And yeah, they do learn an element of confidence and all of that good stuff, you know, as they're being coached to win games. But football doesn't teach you how to be a good husband. Basketball doesn't teach you how to be a good husband. The reason why I sent that super chat is because I kind of was looking forward to Coach Ferg giving more definitive ways. A lot of the things that's been said from Coach Ferg has been very ambiguous. You know what I'm saying? And it just sounds motivational. The Black community needs a hard reset. We don't need any more motivational speeches and you know we don't need that. And then like these kids need to know exactly what to do. And we need more men that know exactly what to tell them, right? And so yeah, I do think it's a good thing for older men to even allot their time to give to kids, because Coach Ferg don't got to do what he doesn't have to do anything.
Right.
Right. I understand that he doesn't have to do anything at all. So just for the simple fact that he's he's involved with the kids in some aspect, that's good. And like I said, I want to reiterate, I wasn't talking down on what Coach Ferg did, but if we actually zoom out and look at the shape of Black families, Black community, and these kids, and what they're up against as far as like the negative music and the internet and all of that kind of stuff, it has to be. These kids need more. They need way more intricate and detailed instructions, other than just like motivational ambiguous speeches. That's all I was saying, because I know a lot of dudes around my way, they used to sell dope and everything. A lot of them still sell dope. They're football coaches, they're basketball coaches for Little League. These guys be betting on games. These kids be, they be trying to win games because, these guys be giving them money. It's turned into a business. So I really don't even, the Little League football and basketball, I don't even really look at it that serious no more. You know what I'm saying? Because it's exploited so much, especially in Florida. I don't know about y'all, but especially in Florida, sports is exploited so much with these kids. And it's so many types of people just coaching that don't come from good backgrounds, So it's got to be a better. What if a kid doesn't like sports at all? What if a kid is in academia and he's never going to be around these coaches, but he doesn't have a support system at home? What about that type of child? You know what I'm saying? I think we need to get back on track. Just to land my plane, I think we need to get back on track as far as healthy families, men actually being intentional when they see women as they get older to want a wife and want to get married and stuff. Having condoms is good. That's something that older people used to tell us when I was younger. Just make sure you wear a condom, and the mothers used to make sure the young girls had birth control or whatever, because it just felt like, just like Coach Ferg was saying, he just feels like no matter what they say, if a piece of coochie is in front of a boy, he's going to get it. No, these boys their minds need to be trained on how to be more disciplined when it comes to their lust, when it comes to their sexual urges. But it just seems like older men don't know how to do that, because they too fall victim to their sexual lust and their sexual urges as well. So they don't know how to translate that to the kid, to the young boys. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying. That's all.
I
they come from a generation where grandma was taught to look the other way. That's why they can't give no better advice. That's why Coach
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Mm-hmm.
Just so y'all can have a better understanding of my background. I said I'm in the school 20 years in elementary, high schools. I'm speaking to them with the socio-emotional piece first. Sports is just what is it? It's like a stress reliever. It's a way to relieve and, sort of just gain the confidence. It has to be mined out with the emotions first. A lot of them are already coming to the space broken. So those conversations have to be mined out. And a lot of times they find that within each other. They realize they all have similar issues that they have to talk about, and they support each other. And then that's when you can have the best conversations. I'm in the school. I see one or two brothers in the school, and those niggas done shaved their mustache. And they like, man, I don't want that kid. Give him to me. That's what I say. Give him to me.
Now,
so that's all I'm saying. People, no, I'll say this. I'll shut up. Listen, for me, I've been coaching, and playing sports is just another avenue. It teaches you discipline, teaches those things. But a lot of young men, 12, 15, 17, 18, they already in a broken space. And one thing, Freezy, I hear what you're saying. One thing you can't do in the school is come in with religion. They'll kick you out. You can't do that. So you have to find a way to tie real life situations. And once they recognize that, you know what, I can be better, that's when you can start having the real conversations. But you can't do it within the school system. And you know, I don't care. So.
Well, hold on. Let me say this. You don't have to come in with religion to stress to boys how detrimental it is to prematurely, approach females sexually, how detrimental that could be to their future, and the domino effect of it. And you don't have to practice religion to show them, the details of what's an honorable man. You understand what I'm saying? And you don't have to practice religion to show them the benefits of having a healthy family and how their kids in their generation, how they will shape generations. You don't have to have practice religion in schools. You can take the same. Look at Josh. Josh is an atheist, but he still understands the importance of Moses' law. You understand what I'm saying? So when you say practice religion, I'm not telling you to go in there with a kufi or something like that. I'm just saying the instructions to these kids need to be more definitive. They need more definitive. And let me ask you this right here, Coach Ferg. What do you do in the schools? I mean, what's your position in the school? What do you do actually?
I'm more like you can say it's like a resource, right? So what I do is kids come to me, and I have two components. It's the social emotional piece, then it's the academic career piece. If kids are doing well, we focusing on careers. You want to be an entrepreneur, go to college, military, get a trade.
No, traditional. What did you get? Are you hired or you volunteer?
Yes, I'm hired. I get paid to do this.
What's your position called? What is your position?
My position is called a counselor, but it's not within it's outside the traditional school counselors of today. Most school counselors only focus on just making sure the kids got a schedule, changing grades and stuff like that. They don't sit.
I'm saying, so that's different then. You get a check. It's not like you waking up out your bed and you volunteering. No, you get paid.
But I volunteered also within the sports component.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Now y'all understand what I'm saying.
But so I'm speaking
what you do at school, you actually you pay taxes. You get paid to do what you do at school. What I'm saying is what you volunteer to do, what the volunteer work you do is through sports. That was what I was saying on my super chat. And I'm saying
freely, I've done it through community organizations too. Other organizations. I've volunteered to work with other organizations too. I've been doing this.
I'm not discounting that. I'm just saying I'm going off of what you said. You said mostly what you've done as far as volunteer work is through sports. That's what you said. And so,
yeah, mostly. Yes,
right. So
20-some years. So yeah.
What I'm saying is most of the time, and my point still stands, most of the times in these urban communities, the only way these young boys are going to be communicated to in an inspirational way by older men, is through sports. If it's like a volunteer type of program or whatever. And what I'm saying is it got to be more than that because our communities need a hard reset. Sports is not going to, it's like volunteering through sports. I'm not discounted all the way because I used to coach basketball. I used to coach Little League basketball. We actually won a championship. But I know it's not enough because I've done it a few years in a row as well myself. I'm not speaking on something that I'm not experiencing. I'm saying that the reason why these and I agree with Sheep Stay Sleep. I agree with DS1. The reason why these conversations have been nowhere, these gender conversations, these relationship conversations, these all of these type of conversations we've been having, this manosphere BS for years. The reason why it's been a waste of time because they don't implement God and his tenements They don't do it. A lot of them don't even believe in God, I think. So you will know people by their fruits, by the fruits that they bear. The Bible does not lie. Now you can challenge that all you want, right? But all I'm saying is that people want, a lot of these dudes just like to be heard. They want to feel important. Not you, Coach Ferg. I'm not saying
I don't need to be heard by nobody on YouTube.
I'll
get caught up in that. I don't even know what that shit is.
A lot of these dudes, they just create channels and they decided to participate in these conversations because they want to feel important. A lot of these dudes have not been this important all of their damn life.
Correct.
And they're mad at women, and they've had situations with women that they have not healed from, and they don't implement God. This is why we're still at a standstill, even from 10 years ago. And if people still want to keep wasting time, 10 more years, be my guest. But I'm telling you right now that the only way we're going to see some improvement is if we start implementing definitive instructions. Men that actually, men that are actually living, producing good results from how they live definitively. And that's all I was saying. So I just came up here because I didn't want Coach Ferg to feel like
I wasn't feeling anyway.
I didn't want you to feel like I was disparaging what you do.
No, and I didn't even, when you said it, when I saw it, I didn't even, I was like, that's the way he see it. I wasn't caught up in, why he said it. No, that was somebody else's, I think, said, I don't get caught up in that stuff back and forth. Listen, like I said, I live this life. This ain't new to me. This is true to me. And again, when I see YouTube, I said YouTube, most people have already been walked through life. You just said it. Most people have already been heartbroken, 2 or 3 relationships that didn't end well, got married, divorced, ain't go get married again, don't want to get married. That ain't me. I'm married, been happily married. You know what I'm saying? I got a son that's doing well to be 22. So, and like I said, yes, I get paid as a job. I needed a job, but I also have volunteered a lot outside of sports. Is all I'm saying. I'm just speaking for me and what I've done. So I'm in these spaces where these young people are coming looking for answers, and nobody wants to go in those spaces to give them the answers. So, again, trying to tell it to grown men and grown women, it's a little gray. But I guarantee if you pull up on 10 people who's willing to listen, especially young people, if you have a space for them, catching them in the streets, that's different. But we got family members, cousins, nieces, nephews. We can talk to them, say, hey, and it takes time. It ain't going to be no 2 or 3 conversations. It might take a year or 2 or 3 to get that breakthrough. And a lot of people are not willing to go through that. I'll go through it.
So Freezy is asking for men to do what I did today, okay? Because I came here with a step-by-step plan for women, like specific actions that people can take toward a common shared goal, towards some type of progress. And I think that's what he's saying. Like, we a lot of times get the advice that, like he said, is very ambiguous. It sounds good. There's these nice quotes, like all of it sounds great, but oftentimes when you say, okay, nobody, I ain't gonna lie, oftentimes nobody thinks to ask, show me tell me exactly what that looks like. And then the instances where we do see people ask that, a lot of times the person saying it hasn't given it much thought themselves. So it's like, what advice are we really giving people if we can't articulate? Like, anything I tell you about, I can articulate because I thought about it for real. I was talking about this recently with the whole MAGA thing with the Black conservatives, the Black Republicans. Like, I don't think you guys really thought through what you signed up for, because there's no way that I'm not even into politics and it took me 3 days to figure out how harmful what this Christian nationalist, all this shit. 3 days. Once I caught my attention and I just went down a rabbit hole, I was like, what the fuck? How do y'all not know this? So I don't know what's going on in our community where the people are not thinking critically. They're not curious enough. They're not, I don't know if it's like a mental laziness or it's just, I don't know. but it's like a lot of us are very surface level thinkers, and that's the
May,
problem.
may I say something?
Sure.
Okay, so you said that the Black community doesn't do critical thinking, and they don't, and you might reserve it to laziness. But
Wait, I just want to stop you. I didn't say the Black community because that's not. I'm Black, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of the men I've come across in these particular sectors, it doesn't seem like it.
Here's the thing. I don't. The reason why I believe that this is going on is because our community doesn't really talk about stuff that needs to be talked about.
Mhm.
And especially when it comes to politics and what it has to do with our community, because think about it, but laws affect our community, and when laws affect our community, it can either go good or it can go real bad. And right now, Black people, we haven't not deal with politics, especially with the newer generation, because we feel like politics hasn't really helped the Black community to thrive and become better, to bring funding to like schools and community centers, to build community centers and clean up the streets and build new jobs. And that's why I believe that the Black community doesn't really talk about it that much. But to be honest with you, we should be talking about this because it affects us, whether you guys feel it or not. Like it's affecting us today, because if you guys have not heard, they're really trying to bring us back to Jim Crow. They're doing a lot of setback that our ancestors fought and died for, just like the civil rights movement and the Civil War, for instance, where a lot of bloodshed was going on because we believe that we should have equal rights as everyone else. And to be honest with you, we're still fighting for those rights, because as long as white supremacy is still here, we're going to continue to fight for those rights, because white supremacy does not end with the civil rights movement. It's going to continue because the powers that be does not want Black Americans to thrive. Because let me tell you something, we are a great people. We see it throughout history. We see it out in inventions, fashions, our dances. We excel in everything that we do. And this is why they try to put a roadblock in our path, because they do not want us to reach to greatness. But as Black people, we should be more into politics, especially in our community, because we need it the most. We need to advocate for ourselves so that we can get what we want. And if we don't do that, we're going to remain where we at. We need to excel. We need to come up with a plan so that we can get to the level of wealth where we can get down our wealth to the next generation after the next generation. You know what I'm saying? We should not have these backwards thinking, wait.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You mentioned generational wealth. Is that what
Yeah.
you just? Okay, so how will we be able to do that?
How are we able to do that? By getting involved in our community, coming up with a plan on how we can get wealth in our community, how we can get funding in our community by being active, having our voices heard, and Black people, supporting each other and putting funding to where it can be beneficial to us. so that we can actually, get the so we can be able to build our own community centers, run our own schools and stuff like that, where our money can circulate in our communities. And if other communities want to help us out and bring us funding, that's fine, but we have to
one very
figure out
fast
ourselves.
way, just to give you some clarity, one very fast way is owning property, owning land, right?
Yeah.
So that's something you
That's
could
one of them.
pass down to your next generation, right?
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong. I understand you, but I kind of asked you that on purpose. And your answer is kind of what Freezy's talking about. Like when we're saying these things, we need like concise steps on how to get them done. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Actually, the fastest way is black men and black women coming together and getting married, and that's how families accumulate wealth. And you can do all those other things. I ain't here to say nothing about family or nothing.
No, she did.
Well,
she did.
yeah,
She did. Okay.
But that was me who
Sorry.
didn't. But you're right. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's what a community is. It's kind of like a family where we uplift each other, and we support each other. Where a family is not just one, unit or one family. It's everybody that has to participate in the community, thriving.
Yeah, that's why I think people like Coach Ferg is so important, because not only is he married, but he out here doing his part, and I respect him. Because literally, I was just on the panel, if it was early in the day or yesterday, where a bunch of guys was pretty much saying like they not doing shit for no kids if they not benefiting from it. And I just thought that was like the most craziest thing, because we really look at ourselves as leaders. I'm not even gonna say the panel name, but I know a lot of the guys on there, they really disappointed me because they older than me, and they saying this like, we not being there for no kids that ain't ours, and we ain't benefiting from it, and pretty much just like talking down on the women. And I'm just like, man, y'all crazy. How is y'all
Here's
leaders
the
of the
thing.
community then?
Here's the thing, that's no leader if they're talking down on the women and the children in their community. If a man is saying, oh, what do we get out of it? They want to extract the wealth from the community and put it in their pockets. That's not great leadership. What great leadership is that you help everybody in the community, whether, especially when they're down on their luck, helping us get jobs, paying for food, helping us, helping other people pay their bills. That's what real leadership is. It's not about, self. That's very selfish, and that's not good leadership. If
It
they're in
really
it
hurt
for
me because
themselves.
these guys older than us. They like
But
45,
hurt people.
50 years old.
Listen, the
talking
old
about
people
this.
don't give a damn.
Look, hurt people. It don't matter what age people are when they hurt. When they hurt, they whatever age, hurt people. If I'm hurt, Freezy said, I've been holding on to something for 25 years, and then I get a chance to speak my mind. I'm gonna speak it, and I don't care. Hurt people. That goes with ages, all cultures, everybody. That's just it has been. I don't think we need leadership. We need cooperation.
That sounds more like
Y'all not willing to cooperate with each other. All of y'all 21s to 51s, y'all the finest motherfuckers on earth, and y'all don't want to get together.
I think we need to turn the tide. At 13 years old, I had my first major anxiety attack, right? And then I went to my mom, and she said, "Well, go to your dad," because I felt strange. I didn't know. I felt weird. You know what I'm saying? So she told me to go to my dad. I went to my dad. All he told me was, "You're gonna be all right," and that was it. And
that's all he knew.
That's when I started my journey of coping, and I didn't even know what I was going through, whatever. So it's more kids that's going through that now. Like I read a study that these kids are actually they're on what is it called? Psychotropic major.
Yes.
Psychotropic
Psychotropic meds.
Back in the day, it was taboo because they used to the black community, it was like taboo to be on psych.
It wasn't no meds then.
But here's the thing. We need to start addressing more of this mental health, more of the mental health aspect in community. What I've been doing is I've been working with therapists to volunteer their time in the local community to actually see kids. You know what I'm saying? Like getting a facility and centralized location so where these kids can get free therapy, right? And because I think that this is at the root of a lot of the problems. There's no guidance, just like I was when I was younger. A lot of these kids are just winging it. They just and then the reason why a lot of kids migrate to sports gives them a sense of what is it called?
Community, belonging.
It gives them a sense of validation and belonging. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Coach Ray. Go ahead.
No, but see,
great, but everybody can't do sports, and when they become adults, most of them are not going to be doing sports. So I understand.
That's a fact. That's the point I was making.
She's right.
Wait, hold on. That's why I understand what Freezy's saying. Like, it's not to.
I understand that.
I'm not just speaking to you, right? I got an audience too. I'm trying to talk.
I agree.
So, nothing against people who volunteer themselves for sports. I think what Freezy is getting at is that it takes several different parts to make a well-rounded individual. And so in our community, sports is not the area we lack in. We thrive. The areas in which we are at a deficit, we need attention in those areas too. And where are the volunteers for those things is what I think he was getting at.
Yes. And Freezy, I asked you this question, right? You went out and saw therapists and you've actually had an experience as a young kid and you saw you realized your emotions once you got the responses from your parents, right? Your story is viable to the young people. People look at therapy, how they look at it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? And I work with a lot of kids, a lot of touring kids. The one thing that they used to always say in common, I'm talking about from the time they could ever walk and talk. A little black kid that can talk is the best thing in the garden. A lot of those kids struggle with the parent emotional piece. The people who should love them unconditionally by default. And listen, I don't care. Your kid ain't got to do no sports. If your kid can draw, let him draw on your walls. Let him buy him all the paper. If your daughter can sing, make sure she got microphones. Whatever talent they develop that you didn't have, support that. Let them know that they can do it, whether it's a girl or a boy. Let your son know he can be strong and smart, and he ain't got to go out there. Let your daughter know.
What I was saying,
it comes from
singing, sports.
But that's a talent. All that.
This
reading, writing, all that shit.
Singing, sports, like any type of like entertainment talent that a kid is gifted at. It's good for them to have a sense of importance and or whatnot, but it doesn't really get to the heart of cognitive skills, cognitive thinking. A lot of these football players, they don't even have real cognitive skills. A lot of these football, like when I was going to school, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if they still doing that now in the school system.
Freezy, these young football players today are smart. They got honor rolls. A lot of them. They smart, even the women.
But I think what we should do is, it's okay to support your child in sports, but we should also try support our children in like debate teams and, like you said earlier, writing in different areas, so that we can encourage them to think beyond something else other than sports, like becoming like a or a book like a Arthur or something, or what else, like a doctor, a lawyer, and other things that will reach themselves and beyond, being a rapper or a football player, something that that's beyond entertainment.
But also men, okay, so black men need to be more introspective and more approachable when it comes to if a young adult is experiencing cognitive distortions, right? There's not a lot of people you can turn to in the black community to talk about these intricate things.
Mm-hmm.
We like okay, football, singing, that's okay, that's good, but I don't want to talk about that.
No.
Right? Like, do y'all understand? It's way like the shape, like what's going on with these kids is so detrimental. We're talking about, and this is why I sounded the alarm on a lot of these fake ass manosphere dudes.
For sure.
Because they've wasted a bunch of time.
Mm-hmm.
They've wasted and the influence that they was able to garner over the years as far as the popularity of the talking points, it has really not really helped these young boys. We could have actually banded together, and if another big issue is black men don't work together. Black men don't like each other. Black men hate on each other. Black men don't come together. We're always talking about black women. The biggest issue black men has is not being able to work together. We need to address that before we even start talking about what a woman should do.
That's facts. I just said that about the older generation.
Y'all niggas keep saying
with the older generation, they're already set in their ways because my parents were boomers, so their type of discipline was very different. But as millennials, I don't know how many of you guys are millennials on this panel, because I'm a millennial. So basically, we have to teach our children different.
Yes.
Letting them explore,
Yes.
what their talents are, getting themselves to know who they are, and and let them have a voice.
Yes.
Let them talk. Let them speak. Let them speak their mind, because I think that's very important, for us to listen to them. Because when I was growing up, not too many adults listen to children. Like, it's like the old saying goes, children should be seen and not heard. But I think but here's the thing, like, I believe that children should be seen and they should be heard because they want their voices known. Whatever is on their mind, they should talk about it. And we should encourage that, and that way they can, feel confident in the world without, hanging their head down and thinking that no one will listen to them. Yes. You know what I'm saying? We have to change that. We have to change, everything that our parents should have done when they were growing up or when they were raising us. You know what I mean?
Freeze, that speaks to what you're saying, that cognitive development. Like the child's most intricate point in his life is 0 to 3. And again, I'm talking future. I'm only talking future. And it goes to always show, you know what I'm saying, based off what our parents gave us, what y'all say, the older generation. If y'all niggas is 35, over 35, y'all old too. Y'all old, y'all got kids looking at y'all. So regardless of who did it in front of you, my father was an alcoholic drinker every Friday, Saturday. Didn't never talk to me about women and sex. It was my mama. But my damn daddy would work all day. So what I'm saying is, everybody's at a point where they want better. So if you got something wrong from the people that you know, and you learning some new things, learn it, teach it to your children. Yes, teach your children the importance of eating healthy. That's going to require some home cooked meals and teaching them how to read recipes. Phonics. Take your kids back to phonics. Let these young. It's so much multiplication. A kid should know his multiplication up to 12 by the time he's in the 6th grade. But if he's not, that's part of the parents' issue, not the
because we
kid.
don't encourage the child.
But kids are smart like that. Black kids are smart as hell. I'm talking about talented, Freezy. Yes. The doctors, man, they got, oh my God, man. I get it. I'm done, man. I'm gone, man. Y'all have a good night.
Like it's
You know what I'm
different
saying?
from
So,
like people take what is it?
yeah.
What is it called? Parenting. I forgot the name of it. Parenting. Gentle parenting. Yeah, that's what it is. Gentle parenting. They confuse that with, being too easy with the child, letting the child do whatever they want to do and stuff like that. No, it's not about that. It's giving the child free choice in what they choose to do. I'm not saying we never discipline our children. We do discipline our children, but we do it differently. We don't, attack, our children with the belt, every time they do wrong. No, we talk to our children and sit them down and let them know, and correct their behavior, behavioral correction. You know what I'm saying? Because when you strike a child with the belt, it's not helping them, because you're not talking to them. You're not, instilling positivity into them. As adults, whether you're a parent or not, auntie, uncles, whatever, we should instill gentle parenting into our children so that they could be able to navigate into the world instead of just being authoritative.
So I'm about to drop down, Venus, because I don't want to prolong your show, but
No, you're fine. Take your time. You're good.
This is why I got so upset when I heard all of those black men just demonize Carmelo Anthony. This is a black youth. Boy ain't even an adult yet. And the trouble was brought to him. He was approached, right? And I don't want to make this about Carmelo Anthony. I'm just using this as an example. How checked out a lot of these black men are. They can't even understand that this is one of theirs. Carmelo Anthony is one of your youth, is one of your young men. You can't understand that if for black men to not even be able to understand this boy was an excellent student, captain on the teams. And for you to just throw this boy away because he was approached in a nefarious way, and all he did was respond in a defensive way and ran away, and you can't even give your own young black kid grace. I'm telling you something, that Carmelo Anthony situation, it really let me know these black men hate themselves.
Freezy. This is why I'm doing this show, and I'm coming up with I don't know if it's called the single mother or the black mother agenda, but I'm working on it in real time on the show with the ladies, because I've come to the conclusion that a lot of these men, unfortunately, if the women wait for them, they will be left for dead. So at this point, we need to figure out strategic ways in which they can empower and help each other.
Venus, do you remember what Josh said when I flipped it, that Carmelo Anthony situation?
What did he say?
I asked Josh, how would you feel if your young white kid, your young white boy was just minding his business and he was sitting on another school's tent talking to a friend that he knew from that school, and then two huge black kids walked up to him and started bullying him and putting their hands on him, and to defend himself, he took out like a utility utensil and stabbed one of the black kids in the chest and ran away just to defend himself. Josh didn't even hesitate. He said, the other black kid that lived, we need to string him up by the neck or something like that. We need We need to make sure we need to, all huddle up and go get that other black kid and string him up too. Like he didn't even hesitate for his, his young white boy. You know what I'm saying? It's that love, that connection for black men and older black men and young black men is gone. The only way they will show some type of attention to young black boys is if they're gifted in sports. And that's not the Coach Ferg. I'm just saying in general from what I've been seeing.
No, it's just true. It's true.
It's just stupid, man. And so that's why I'm going to be a defender to the end. That's why I'm going to call them out every time. You know what I'm saying? Because we do need a hard reset, and we need to get rid of these imposters, man.
Right.
That's it. That's all I wanted to say, Venus. I'm going to drop down. But this is an excellent. I've been tuning in since you've been live with.
Venus, you don't mind if I read one of the respond to one of the comments in your chat? It's not to call nobody out, but I just want to say something real quick. So somebody in the chat saying that their niece were in and out of jail because of gentle parenting. If that was the case, then there was no parenting at all. There was no redirecting the child when she was younger. The mother just let the child do whatever they want to do without consequences. And people confuse that with gentle parenting. No, that's neglect. That's something different. Gentle parenting means that you're understanding the viewpoint from the child. And you're trying to understand when your child is coming from and being there for your child and being involved in your child's life. That's what gentle parenting means. And, I just want to put that out there.
Okay. So a few things came to my mind while I was listening to all of these things. So, 1 second. Ladies, we are going to stay on this, okay? I don't know if we're going to call it the black mother agenda or the single mother agenda, but we will be developing this, okay? And one thing I've noticed with a lot of conversations with a lot of adults who are millennials, even doesn't matter, which is my age group, men and women. So it's not even like, I don't know. There's a huge lack in, I see, like critical thinking, deductive reasoning, logic. And I'm going to try to do some research and figure out like what specifically needs to happen to be able to teach those particular skills to children. Because I think one of the things on the agenda, the moms need to be hyper focused on like critical thinking skills. Because I see a huge deficit with that. Like reading has to be a thing. Critical thinking absolutely has to be a thing. Communication has to be a thing. Like some of these things that school is not going to outright teach. And some of the grouping up that you guys can be doing, you can be creating your own programs also. Remember when I talked about like using the resources, some of those moms are going to be social workers or counselors or therapists. They're single moms and all different. And even some married women who want to be a part of the community. But I think, yeah, we have to this is the best way, reverse engineer. If there are flaws we can see in adults, which there's flaws in all of us, right? But the things that'll be like the most harmful, right? Like if we know, the better educated you are, typically the better the career. If you want to qualify to get into certain schools, your kid gotta be operating on a certain level, right? And you don't just start that when they're 13. That's something that like you're intentional. Like I want the women to start being like intentional. Like whatever the situation is now, it is what it is. There's no point in being down on yourself about it. But like we said earlier, holding yourself accountable means changed behavior, right? So accepting things for what they are, forgive yourself, don't beat yourself up about it. but just change the behavior, meaning don't continue to keep on having kids and just you can't, but moving forward, how can I set my child up for the best outcome? Like what realistically, what can I do? And I don't know if people are thinking about that. And like I said, I understand why. People are in survival mode, especially if you're a single mom. A lot of times you don't have the time or the resources to take care of your kids, and actually sit there and like help them with homework and help them with self-development. But like you guys are seeing these are the new adults and y'all don't like these men, right? Ladies, we can agree, y'all don't like a lot of these men. Y'all don't like how selfish they are. Y'all don't like how inconsiderate they are. Y'all don't like how they lie, they deny all of your issues. You guys don't like that, right? So you have to be very intentional on making sure the sons that you create are not like them. That's what you have to do. How do you make sure that the humans that you're in charge of do not grow up and be like these humans that you currently dislike? How do you guys do that? So that's just.
Was you looking for a response or?
Oh no, I was just thinking, but if you have one, sure.
Yeah, so for me, I don't have kids. I just got my Marines, so I consider my kids. And what I do with them is I start with identity because I believe that's the root of everything. It all starts with your identity because your identity forms your mindset and then it can lead to a purpose. So when I break down identity, it's who are you? What do you want? What's meaningful to you? What are some values that align with you? Principles, what standard do you want to live at? And then I kind of go from there. You know what I'm saying? But I think it all starts with instilling identity because identity leads to a mindset and then you can lead to a purpose after that.
I think you're right. You sound because DS1 said something similar when he talked about having a strong foundation, right?
Yep, 100.
Yeah. So even that, were we taught that? Nobody really spoke to me about having a strong foundation and your identity. I don't know. Did any of you guys? I didn't get that. I kind of figured that out later, but I didn't get that.
Yeah, because Venus, look at it like if you don't have self-identity, you can fall for anything. Like somebody tells you, you'll just go do it because you don't have no self-identity to be rooted in. You know what I mean?
Right. That's how I feel about like the like what Freezy was talking about. There's a certain group of black men who, even when they look at other black men, the reason the reason it's so easy for them to not have any empathy for these black men or women, no sympathy for these black men or women, no understanding, no grace, is because their identity is not rooted in anything black. So they don't care. But it's interesting, those same people, when it comes to white people, they will have patience, they will have grace, they will have some type of empathy or sympathy because in their minds they align with that.
Like with whiteness, like instead of giving that same sympathy to black people,
it's just not natural. This is the thing, and this goes across all races, all ethnic groups. I don't care. It is not natural for any group to have more grace and patience and understanding for everything that looks not like you. That's not normal. Like that's a mental problem. When you see the reflection of you, you have no empathy, no understanding, no care, right? But when you see the people who don't look like you, then you have those things. That is mentally an issue. I think a lot of people in the black community are sick. Going back to PJ's point, right? Because he's focused on identity first. And I agree with him because these men are the example of what happens when there was no core foundation of any identity, right? They think I'm trying to find my identity in a white man. I'm not a white man, but I'm trying to find my identity in a white man. That's why I have more understanding for him than my own group.
Not knowing that these white men don't really care about them. They
It
see
wouldn't
them.
matter if they do or they don't. I could still
Mhm.
love and respect some white people, but there's nothing in me that like when I see my people, there's just something inherently in me, right? I just feel a connection to them. Even if I don't like you, if there was somebody from another group who wanted to do harm or something, I would feel compelled to like try to help you. But they don't even have that connection. They are disconnected. Like, I mean, that spiritually, emotionally disconnected.
And I think that has to do with, media, what they see on TV, because most of the time when you watch like, movies, there's not too many black people, in movies and in television anymore like it was in the 90s. And I guess not seeing themselves in white people, they trying to, identify with them because let's be honest, the beauty standard is still whiteness. So when you are being brainwashed and thinking that whiteness is better, you're going to believe that. And this is why, as Black people, we need to install our own beauty within each other and self-love within our children. And I believe, most parents did not do that to their sons and daughters. Is because these parents probably don't think that they see the beauty in themselves either. So we have to, use reverse psychology and see the beauty within ourselves instead of just judging each other and, and throwing each other under the bus.
I agree. PJ, were you gonna say something else or?
Oh no, that was all I had.
Yeah, just to make one more point, and then I'm gonna head off. Because it's getting late on my end. But I was raised around the Black community. Like I identify with my Blackness. Well, I also am my own person. Don't get me wrong, but I grew up around Black culture for most of my life because I am a Black person. That was what I was raised on, and I was taught to love myself, to love beauty, and see beauty in different people as well, but also see beauty within myself. And don't get me wrong, it was a struggle for me growing up because I was teased a lot, but at the same time that self-love was instilled in me. And I like to thank my parents and the community for instilling that in me, because if that wasn't instilled with me, I don't know who I would identify as. But listening to Black culture, studying Black music as a kid growing up, and learning about my culture, it really helped a lot. And we should do that with our children, with the Gen Alphas coming up. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for having me, Venus.
Thank you for coming. Make sure you hit the notification bell and you subscribe and you come back, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Can you do me a favor? Can you push me out because my screen went black?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm still kind of stuck on Freezy's point, right? Freezy, are you going live tonight? Somebody let me know if Freezy's going live. But so when he was focused on cognitive issues, like mental issues, but something about you saying if there's a hyper focus on sports and entertainment in our community, which is nothing wrong with that. Those are some things we're naturally good at. It is what it is. But I love what you said about it has to be more than that. So when we're looking at the men who are coaching or the men who are volunteering themselves to the schools, are they volunteering for any of these other things, right? Like right now, the kids are struggling academically. Black people don't tend to really have an issue with physical ability. We thrive there. Or with like arts and talents, anything with our bodies, we're pretty good with, right? But what seems to be happening is like there's a decline in terms of like reading, comprehension, and math. Where are the volunteers for those things? And I feel like it shouldn't be such a super hyper focus on arts and sports because number one, naturally we're good at that, but number two, in terms of turning that into a career, the number is very small, right? So if you're intentional about preparing kids to have a successful future, math and reading are just standard. Like that, they just have to know how to do it. They just have to know how to do it. So I don't know why there's not more emphasis on that. Y'all think CEOs don't know how to read? They do very well. Don't know how to do accountants, know how to do math, right? Like you guys aren't. I feel like the standards aren't high enough and the goals aren't big enough. Like, don't you guys want your kids to have like huge successful careers? What are you doing to groom them to be on track to make that a real thing? If you ain't doing shit, you just sitting around saying it. That's not really how that goes. A lot of these people are intentionally grooming their children for success. Okay, they involved in a lot of extracurricular activities that are like teaching them skills that are going to be beneficial for their real lives. That's what I'm just saying.
Those some key points right there.
So this thing, real quick before I end the show, I was just looking at like basic things that make a person a well-rounded individual, right? And so I came up with this chart. I like it had emotional, financial, social. These are called the 8 dimensions of wellness. Okay. Emotional, financial, social, spiritual, occupational, physical, and intellectual, and environment. So, like, what we tend to do in our community is hyper focus on one area or 2 areas. But these like super successful people that y'all see, they're keeping all of these things in mind when they're grooming their children. All of this environment, emotional, financial, social, spiritual, occupational, physical, intellectual. And nobody's perfect, right? Everybody has their shortcomings. But I'm just saying, we can't just be music and sportsing it up. Like, that ain't really it. Because when you look at the population, it's a very small amount of people who are able to thrive and really have a career and a life off of these things. Not most. So that's cute and that's cool. But that's not setting your kid up for success if all they know how to do is sing. That's great. But what else? What else do they know how to do? With that being said, that's my TED Talk, ladies and gentlemen. I'm out of here. Y'all have a good night.